I just started reading again, and I only read by.
I'll be right back.
I only read by.
I got a call. Sorry, bud.
I only read by the firelight of bridges I'm currently burning. What's up, Republican?
I see
Republicus?
what he's left, and I'm negative because I disagree with everything he says. Do I have to be agreeable in order to not be negative?
No, I mean, what were some? Well, I liked a lot of the stuff he said. What did you disagree
It
with?
sounds like everything that he talked about is a liberal utopia that's been tried, and it can't and won't succeed. The only way is through force, which he alluded to many times through his quote globalist approaches. It has to be. It's his only hope is that there be some kind of worldwide communist system which would enforce that approach. That's the only hope that they could ever have to succeed. Otherwise, it'll result in revolt or slavery. That's it.
Well, it was a resource based system, and do you not feel like we should all get together as all of humanity and work together and be in harmony with everyone?
Well, yeah, but that's an individual thing. That is changing hearts. That's not that.
No, it's the
that is
opposite of an
not
individual thing. That was the opposite of an individual.
No,
thing.
well, we're all individuals. If you focus on the individual, then you focused on everybody. That's
like that.
If it's like the it's like a law that prevents one individual actually prevents all individuals from doing that one thing. If you focus on the individual, then you've made all individuals free, or you've made them all any one way. The taking any other approach, you've got cliques and special interests. It's the only fair system is an individualistic based one.
You don't think we should all work together and split the resources up?
No, I don't.
Wouldn't that be the fairest way to do it? If we say we have
no,
say
I
we
think
catch 8
fairest
billion
would
lobsters.
be an individual should work for his slice.
Yeah, but say we catch 8 billion lobsters a day, and we got 8 billion people on Earth.
Yeah,
right?
I'm not catching 8 billion a day. You're not catching 8 billion a day. You
I'm
might
making up
catch
numbers.
one, and two people might catch 1,000.
I'm making up numbers.
You get a cut. Well, what I'm saying, I know you're making up numbers. So am I. He wants a cut of your labor is what he wants, and you're trying to convince me.
We got robots out there catching lobsters. No one's even doing shit, bro. They just bring the lobsters right to us. The robots, little Roomba robots that go around and scoop up lobsters off the bottom of the ocean or something.
Yeah, we may get to a point where that's the only. Robots are possibly the only means in which they could actually bring about this more socialistic or communist, whatever you want to call it.
Dude, no, I want to call it a resource-based economy, where everyone gets their fair share. Everyone gets their fair share. We get 8 billion lobsters a day. There's 8 billion people. Everyone gets one lobster a day. That's the fairest way you could do it. No. Why do you get 4 lobsters and I get none?
Well, I don't think that we would ever. I don't think that we're even close to a position like that now. Nor will we be, because there's somebody's efforts will be. I mean, every basis of that just sounded totally ridiculous about building on the isle on the ocean and. Sorry, somebody's trying to break in. Is that
no, I thought you were not. No, I was just saying that not everyone wants lobsters. Yeah, hey, what's up, bro? How you doing?
Man, it's been forever.
That's what we were talking about. Yeah, we were talking about my neighbor. He doesn't like lobster, right? So he gets his lobster and trades me for my cheese because I get like 3 pounds of cheese here, but I don't like cheese that much, so I give him some of my cheese.
Well, I've been listening. I think I heard you earlier too, talking about like if you read what I said, he calls it completely negative. I'm just listening, right, and responding in text because I don't usually. I might get a little too fired up, and if I
we all get a little fired up here, yeah. We all get fired up sometimes. I hear you.
And I get a little defensive is what happens. And then he puts me in a position where I have to defend myself. He says I'm negative, and I'm not negative. It's not reality. And the only way that he could bring about that reality is through and I wish he was here to actually be able to defend himself, but he immediately left after calling me negative, which isn't fair. He's also muted himself and deafened himself. But
I think he said he had to take a phone call.
Oh, okay.
He ran away. It's fine.
But I'm not being negative. It's just everything that he starts off, and it sounds great. It all sounds great, right? It sounds.
Doesn't it sound nice? Yeah.
It sounds nice, but it's not reality. It's not something.
We're talking about changing reality, though. We're talking about changing reality.
I know, but it ends up sounding terrible the way that he described it. You might have heard little, twinkles, but what I heard is people must have uniform systems, and you heard that, and I heard things being taken away. What if I have more than that now? And I've earned it. What if you got
a lobster full of freezers? You can keep all your shit you got now.
Right, but I got to give up my land. It's got to be in a circle. That's the only way it can work.
You just got to give it away to everybody.
That's right. Yes, I have to surrender what I have.
East has got a way you can have a way you can legally get out of this. So go ahead. Tell me you can legally get out of the circle of cities.
Well, no, that's the only way. That's what he said, and that's the only. It's got to be equitable. It doesn't matter.
Like it or no?
It doesn't matter how much I work or how much I've earned or what I've actually put into what I have or my care. It may be that my.
Earth? But what about the Earth?
Well,
we gotta let the.
What about the Earth?
Yo, listen, I'm all. You know how much shit we probably cut down and got, and it's shit we made go. There could have been a cure for cancer in some of them forests and shit we burned down.
Literally.
Yeah, you just have to learn to give over all your goods to the state for the better of mankind.
No, we're not doing that.
No, we're not talking about state. We control. We, the people, will control every aspect of everything. So we are fully transparent. Everything will be verified off like every other person.
Just like Bitcoin.
Not Bitcoin. We don't need Bitcoin.
I'm busting your balls, bro.
Bitcoin is a scam. Bitcoin is just another scam, and they're going to flush it out, and you're going to see how quickly people are going to go for it. I don't know about that. They're going to flush that shit out. You'll see.
In this utopia we're designing right now, there's no money. There's no barter. Well, there is a barter system, I guess, because I don't like my neighbor doesn't like lobsters. I do. He's got the tea.
It sounds like it won't work.
But we're not going to touch tips or nothing. We're just going to trade lobster for cheese.
Yeah,
exactly.
Equitable trades. That's it.
Equitable.
Yeah, you'll look at another person and say, here's what I really don't like. So I have plenty of this, and this, and then you'll be like, oh, but I like those two things. So now you two as two decent human beings will look at each other dead in the eyes and say, well, let's agree on either pound for pound or for quality.
You know what it is?
You have to decide. You have to decide between yourselves.
Yeah, you could agree,
that's
right?
Called trade.
You'd own nothing. You'd own nothing and like it, right?
That's right. That's exactly what it is.
What are you talking about? You own nothing.
No, I'm just asking.
That's what it is.
Yo, bro, I get that we're like in fantasy land, and I couldn't care less.
Yeah.
I'm not here to critique it at all.
What do you mean you own nothing? You will own anything and everything.
Being a cynic because another cynic has entered the chat. That's all.
Oh, okay. I see. So it's sarcasm time. Okay.
Yes, sir. Complete sarcasm. But also, we have to worry about the psychological nature of, let's say, this expression of government that you're showing.
It's not a government. It's not a government.
Well, it is. It's exactly what it is.
Hold on. Look at the term government, right? Like a lot of people argue about how I look at it, but it's like, governing of the mind, right? So it's like you have to have government in order to even exist. You know what I mean? Your body has government.
You don't need government. You just need localized. You just need localized, what I call, instead of huge governments and statism, every little county, every little town, everyone will know everybody. So you will always be able to change the rules, make things equitable, tweak things, vote continuously. It's a constant process, a free-flowing process, so that no one can screw over anybody else. And people cannot just slip things in or try to swindle.
How do you
people.
enforce that then, without some arm of government or what you end up creating is government. That's what happens.
It's called representation. You don't actually have power. You just represent. So like a council will not be actual people with power. They will just be representatives around a table. But if anybody messes up around that table, someone can come up and say, that's already unethical. Let's take a vote and get that person out, because they either comply to our ethical standards as a collective, or that person's out. And unfortunately, you got to come back into the collective, and you've lost your ability to be a temporary leader. And that's it. It's constant, 24/7, 365 days a year.
Sounds awful.
It's not awful. It's a constant checks and balance system. So no one can sit for too long to try to think how to manipulate or deceive people or corrupt things.
It sounds exactly like a corrupt government to me. I mean, one that is just ruled by a majority of the neighbors. You know.
Hey, yo, could I propose this? It actually sounds like much like the system we actually have, but don't fully practice here in the States.
And don't get paid. It sounds like the only difference is the same as we have now. Just don't pay them.
Well, no, I mean, but as far as the governance side, I mean, idealistically, you know what I mean? Because
and nobody,
Jeremy, check it out. Jeremy, the question posed to the gentleman was, if you had complete control and you were the world leader and everything at the snap of your fingers, everyone would do what you say, what would you do with the earth? And he's just proposed, you're just proposing these ideas. Like, you're not bound to these concepts. Like, that's how I saw it anyway.
Yeah, but what would you do with the earth? Or
with everything. He's just we're letting the dude, letting the gentleman, that's why it's not that serious, because it's a complete.
We're thinking, but we're thinking from a person that actually has a true intention to see the human race as a viable source of dignity, and not for gain and greed and power. Like, we're talking about a system where people actually care about each other and actually start solving problems. And it's not about consumption. Like, that's the least of our worries.
Then no government at all. Yeah. Just you have your money, I have my money. You tell me what's valuable by purchasing what you think.
Well, it sounds like as long as it's equitable, that somebody will decide all of that for you, and it's tweakable based on whether you agree or not.
No, it's a vote.
Yeah, that's somebody else deciding. If you disagree, somebody's going to force you to agree, is what's going to happen. It sounds awful. It sounds like a place I don't want to live, and I don't want your ways.
Well, what do you think is happening right now? Our entire country is being forced into policies that have no benefit to me whatsoever. I literally cannot partake in any of the policies of the structured class warfare that's going on in my life. Like, it has no benefit to me. Like, none. But we have to give up all our time. We have to give up all our time, all our energy, all our creativity, and 90% of it literally gets sucked into the hands of a few people. So don't tell me.
I want you to be more specific.
Don't tell me that we have a great system. It's shit. It's utter
garbage. Nobody said that for one.
You said a few things. You said, like, they're making you do something. What are they making you do?
They literally use our law. They literally have grand mastery of manipulating words in law and regulations and policies to literally trick people into things that we really don't value, but that they keep pushing ideas that we're not interested in.
Too broad for me right now. If you could just be, you said I can't partake in any of the systems. So name a couple of the things, but they are still pulling it and making me pay or do something constantly. So those two things, if you could be specific on.
For instance, property taxes. Why the heck do we have property taxes? We don't need to be punishing people for owning their own property, that they can live peacefully as a little family and have a place of their own, so they can think, be creative, have a sense of peace, have a sense of dignity, have a sense there should be no taxes. I don't know why this even exists.
Well, I can sympathize with that and agree with it a little bit, but you can easily move to a town or a state that has the absolute, you know what they're used for, right? But that has the absolute lowest taxes imaginable. And then you can live there as long as you're not worried about your kid going to a bad school. Then you can go to that place, and they're incredibly low.
You're not understanding. A lot of my sister lives in a neighborhood, okay, and she tells me that a lot of it is they don't get a vote on a lot of things. The councilmen vote, and that's it. And it's like why don't they actually break down, if you're going to make your people in a designated area pay for certain things that they want to force down your throat, then show us cost for unit down to every particle.
They do this.
No, they don't do that. They do not show you every nook and bolt and cranny of everything that something costs, like a school. Because if you
being a resident of an area, you have every right to go sit in these school assemblies while they talk about what criteria they're going to learn and where they're going to put every penny and you vote right there, then and there, and then you vote for your school board,
but they don't.
and you make your voice heard then and there.
What they don't. What they do is they pick days where people are the busiest, or there's something going on in the city, or the weather's bad, and then they do this thing where, well, if you didn't show up for vote, we technically emailed everybody, but you didn't show up for vote. So by definition, by default, we get to execute our idea as the city councilman against the will of you, the people, because we tricked you out of the worst possible timing when you're all busy to be able to come and participate and to do your vote. That's what's happening.
Well, if we compare apples to apples, you're talking about an equitable system that can be changed by your neighbors if they so choose at any point, 24 hours a day. There's a cost to enforce these changes and all that. Somehow that's recouped, right? We're not going to pretend that people are just giving themselves over to the well-being of their neighbors without costs. Everything costs.
Of course, everything costs, but I'm saying that there's a lot of. I guarantee you that a lot of the costs are utterly absurd, and there's hidden markup prices somewhere in everything.
Well, yeah, but that's according to you and according to me in your system. If I don't wish to do it your way, then I'll feel the exact same way under your system. So we're no better in your system, is my point.
There's no markups, there's no deception. Everything's transparent. You can literally come in, look at sheet for sheet and say, okay, this bulb costs 2 cents. This plywood costs, and then even you'll know the location even and where it came from, the manufacturer. You will literally be able to add up everything and be like, yep, this is a fair price for our school and our community. I'm okay with this. Everything's transparent. You don't get all this information. You do not get all this information.
I have that now.
No, you don't. I have it now. They don't. Yeah. We don't have this anymore.
My sister goes and sits in on the school meetings all the time. I mean,
look at a car. Look at it. Cars cost like what, 40, 50, 60, 70 plus $1,000 a year. Or not a year, but the total amount. Yeah, if you were to break down the cost of actually creating a car, it's actually, for most cars, it's under $7,000 to put the whole thing together. Okay, I got to call home.
That's a pretty good deal because I mean, if it cost them $7,000, I just bought that thing for like $3,500. I'd pay that. They got it for cheaper than what they took them to make it. Yeah, I mean, you can go buy a new $70,000 car. That's like a BMW or a Mercedes, man. They're not. The cars aren't set, or maybe like a fully loaded Silverado or GMC, something. Not $70,000. That's not how much a car costs. Brand, go look up Emma. It just doesn't sound like he's really has many real life situations that he's dealt with. I don't think he's bought a car. And if he paid $70,000, somebody really did well. Like I don't know, man.
Well, I get the
brand new car is like $18,000. Yeah.
I get the the desire for a better world for us and for our neighbors. But the only way he can achieve that desire, like many other people who have desired the same thing, it will require force. It will require that I give up what I have, and all of my neighbors that have earned and don't want to give up their stuff. They're going to either have to convince everybody to go along, or they will have to.
He's very obviously young and at the point where he hasn't earned anything and worked the system in the least to see that these things that he's saying I wish they were there are actually there. Mm-hmm. They're already there. They're not like a new thought. They're an old thought. Yeah, and it's in the young like socialist mind of thinking that
that's true.
That those thoughts come up and those are implemented in reality to this in the system that we're in. He just I don't think has the real life experience that have seen those that is the framework that we have. Yeah. So that's just what I'm picking up on with patterns that I've seen before, that people say, I got this great idea that we all start like being involved and start voting within our community. Like that's a thing, man. Like that's already a thing. We just don't do it. Yeah. Like we're just too lazy. And then what we really want is like somebody to like come to our door and like you know. And but then at the same time, come to my door and tell me give me all my options, right? But then we say, but we don't want people knocking on our door. We want the freedom to be able to go out and make change in the place it needs to. That's what we have, So it's just
yeah, I agree.
$70,000 cars, I guess, not a thing.
Well, I was listening earlier and took off for a little bit and come back, and it's still similar conversation. And you can see in what he responded. He said I was being negative. I'm just responding to what they're saying, and I just didn't agree with them. But they were. I heard about libertarianism is what the conversation was, and I was in a libertarian group, and they being a libertarian is not really like any like the other two parties here in the US anyway. It's it's a very broad brush, It's you've got some that claim to be anarcho anythings, right? They even think that they can be libertarian and an anarcho communist, which I think are oxymorons that can't be put together.
I
It just
agree.
makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
I've met like almost no real libertarians.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, I've even heard them. Even they'll claim this what is it? They're it's no violence, or what is that? It's a main tenet that they have. I can't even remember. But yet they'll in the same breath they'll it only. I'm just gonna sound stupid if I don't go look it up.
No, I know. It's they're not
no coercion. I can't remember exactly what they call it, but but meanwhile they can vote on and force upon people these very utopias that they wish to put in the world, and what happens is they end up building governments. He calls it we the people, but if you outsource it or call your neighbor by any other title than police officer, and they're still doing the act of a police officer, then you've created a government under another name. That's all. It's still government.
Yeah.
It's still that same system.
A true libertarian should be like a capitalist on meth, like extreme capitalism with no monopolizing whatsoever, like no right, true independent. But there's nobody out there who's a true libertarian. Somehow they turn into communists. I don't know.
That is what they're turning into, for real. You're right.
They say they're libertarians, and they're like just straight up communists.
Yeah.
Like, what? Yeah.
You're right. What they called me in that group was, and it's not one that I give myself, but they called me a minarchist, is what they called me. It's just, I do believe that government is actually instituted for good. It should be limited in scope, and beyond that, then it's down to freedom. Whatever the as long as they're not trespassing on your neighbor, then you're free to do it. That's pretty much it. The limited scope is to justice system and to take care of the needy, and that's about it. You take care of those two things, and don't trespass on your neighbors. That's my form of libertarianism.
Yeah, taking care of the needy, I feel, could be adequately handled through charities and donations, and
yep, you're right.
Remove government, but nobody wants to. Everybody has so much doubt that the human heart is good enough to rely on.
Because most of it is taken care of by those entities right now. The vast majority of it is through churches and through individual contributions, and it's the same with healthcare and all that too. It's like we used to have a system of compassion. Nobody ever, and as long as I've been alive, has ever been turned away from getting medical care in a hospital under any emergency situation ever that I have ever met. It used to be a system of compassion. If you can't pay, then you can't pay. But they're still going to take care of you, But now they've turned it into a bureaucracy, and they can actually they're prioritizing things. They're making things more equitable, is what they're doing, which is why I hate that word. It used to be equality. Now everything's about equity, and they make things more equitable. Where your neighbor, maybe he wants to be a woman, and that they're. somewhere, somebody, the hospital bed is being occupied for those things, and there's justification for that. And in these new ways of running our healthcare systems and all of our systems, really. But yeah, it used to be it was just.
That was very well put, by the way, very gently put. Thank you.
Well, but like Hammer, who's in the room, was just talking about the guy in the Bills who had the heart issue on the football field. He had a charity like a GoFundMe before he got hurt, right, for charity for kids, right, to donate for kids. It was like at maybe $1,500 or something before he got hurt. I think it's at like $6 million now. If somebody got hurt, we have communications now that we didn't have before. If there was a hospital bed that needed to be opened, and people would just put it out there and say this is the situation, it would get handled in a day by donations.
Right.
We have different communication now. We don't need these government structures anymore. Not for this. I mean, for those reasons, right? We have the ability to donate to charities very easily, openly, and honestly, without the need for socialist structures anymore.
Oh.
So like when people people use that as an excuse that we still need the government because who's going to donate for the roads and who's going to donate for when people who can't work? Because there are those people who can't work. Yeah, the roads is the biggie, right? Who's going to donate, right? Apparently the guy Hamlin who got hurt on the Bills, he's got $6 million. He had a heart attack or whatever, and people gave him $6 million altogether. That's crazy in like a week and a half.
It's like the hospital here closest to my house here. It's used to be there. Was even during the year that they knocked it down, which was only within the last 5 years, had a sign up saying it was the #1 hospital for heart care in the state. Big giant billboard. They're proud of it. It was called Good Samaritan Hospital. It was started by nuns. Back in the day when they built these hospitals, people used to have doctors come door to door. So it was actually like hospitals were like the place where poor people went. So these nuns created this awesome hospital in my neighborhood, and I think it's my belief that they actually got rid of it because of its name. It was a reminder, and who created it. It was a religious place. It was called the Good Samaritan, and it was ranked #1, but yet they got rid of it. They even built a northern branch called Good Samaritan North, and once they knocked down the original Good Samaritan, they actually renamed the old one or the new one to the other franchise hospital name. It's all now run by bureaucrats. They're all
that's what I see.
Insurance agents now.
What I see happening is maybe I'm being tricked, right? But what I see is the people, the common person taking a stand against the overreaching arm of these hospitals who just violate all of your rights. They're leaving the hospitals and they said, we want something better. So they started setting up urgent cares, which they're similar, but, a little different and more affordable, things like urgent care or can't remember the other names of them, and independently owned like hospitals, so they can have their rights back. I mean, I might maybe call me too optimistic, but I think that's what's putting hospitals out of business is the way they treated people, and still do.
Yeah.
And if people aren't donating to that, they're saying, I'm not going to keep donating to this. This is like, I donate, and I'm a donor. I tell you, I donated, and I go in there, and you call the police on me because I have a bruise on my elbow. And now my house is being checked, and you're saying maybe I'm an unfit mother or something. Right. It's like it's crazy.
Yeah, they've all become agents.
Yeah, but I got to do something real quick. I'll be back.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting system. I think we have a lot more at our disposal than I think we're aware of. I'll say that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think our system is definitely corrupt. I'm not an apologist for the system that we have. I just when I hear a system that I think would encroach on what I already have and things that I've earned and things that others have earned in my stead, given to me or whatever, which isn't
Well, like
much,
take for instance,
but it's mine.
Take for instance, like your, the income tax, right? Right? It's voluntary, right?
It is, yes.
Right. So, like, if you decide to give over to them, you know what I mean, then that's cool. And if you don't, I think the problem becomes people don't know how to exercise that right about the fact that it is voluntary. Now, if we knew how to exercise that reality, then I think we would appreciate the system much more, right?
Mm.
But if we sit there and we bang our heads against the wall and continue to do what never works in a system that fucking allows you to understand that it's completely fucking voluntary, but we don't fucking take advantage of it, we don't do it the right way, then we're gonna hate it. It's like riding a bicycle but trying to ride the pedals with your hands. I mean, like, this shit is stupid. What a stupid machine. Why did somebody make a bicycle? But in reality, you're supposed to use your feet on the wheels. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of where I feel like that's where we're at, man.
Yeah. Well, the divine essence he had mentioned, the our society and their manipulation of words and kind of forcing you into their system, really, is what they've done. That I can respect and I really appreciate actually that you mentioned that because there is a lot and it's such a simple words that they've really hooked us into these forms of slavery is the words
Well, I think,
person
yeah,
and all.
it starts with it's so simple. What fascinates me is that, like, it's like the Christian element that tends to really reject the system, right? You know what I mean? You get this, like, radical ecclesiastical, the federal government works for Satan kind of thing, and fucking, it's almost like in reality, like, that same person you're gonna say don't like in my eyes, the way I look at it, it's like if you'll allow me, it's like the idea that if I ask some diehard Christian, whatever, are you an American? They're gonna say, yeah. I'll be like, well, where do you live? Okay, 123 B Street. You know what I mean? Okay, well, those are like testimonies against God, like 2 of them in a row.
Yeah, right. Because the right
They
answer
don't
would be I live
so
everywhere I go, right?
They don't see it that way, but that doesn't matter, right? And that's the problem. Is like, that it's like we're testifying against ourselves. Like, where in reality is like, like, well, like, are you an American? Well, yeah, but I'm a son of Adam first. You know what I mean? Well, where do you live? Well, don't I live in my body? Those are logical Christian answers that our legal system upholds as to be the fucking truth.
That's true.
And so
It
when
is
you go
very
outside,
difficult to navigate those.
outside of those confines, that outside of that wisdom, into the realms of quote unquote normalcy, you've like, where's your faith? Oh, ye of little faith and shit. You know what I mean? Like, and then when we don't see, I mean, that's just one little hiccup that many, people fucking don't see. And you know what I mean? If we're supposed to be the sons of Adam and have dominion over the earth, then we should be understanding this shit.
Yeah.
And there's no and the severity of the fact that there's no excuses. Nature's cruel. No excuses. Fucking, you know what I mean? And I just think, but I say that in the sense of like, in a sense of like hope. Like, there's also like, we're not using the Lamborghini we're sitting in right. We're going, that's what I feel like. We haven't turned the Lamborghini on. And like, and we're sitting there cursing the Lamborghini, but we never started it properly. But we're pretending like it works or something. You know what I mean? I just think that's how I feel about that.
No, I agree. And sadly, it's the individual who has put themselves in these positions, just like you're saying, it's voluntary. It's the individual who's checking the boxes saying,
But
I'm a
dude,
US
also
citizen. They don't even
the
know where the
value.
United States is.
Hold on now. the value in that. This is why collectivism sucks, but it's not. It's not that it's not part of human nature, right? It's not. We need collectivism to a certain extent, but like in reality, you can only help yourself, and you can only save yourself, and you can only you can't get in trouble. Be in trouble with your friend for what he did. He can't be in trouble for what you did. You can get all through individualism. You can also be free. You're not bound to the collective, is what I mean. You're not bound to their shit. Like, I just think we're looking at it in the wrong way. And I think I love the line in the Bible, man, be ye not conformed to the world, but be renewed by a continual transformation of the mind. So you can prove that which is good,
Right.
But it's like a shift of the mind. It's nothing. Like, everything is perfect just as it is. It's just fucking how we're looking at it. That's what I think.
Yeah, I think everything was made perfect, right? I think the individual, the world, it's all balanced and abundant and made for long life and all of that. It is the individual and their choices they make that sets the course. And I've changed my mind a lot, man. It's like I used to think, because I tend to think like the liberals are kind of like the beast in Revelations that says that it's like it has the appearance of a lamb but speaks like a dragon. As I believed too. That of course I believe in the rights of the individual and the rights of the minority, whether I agree with them or disagree. I love them. They're my neighbors, and it doesn't matter about their race or their sexuality or any of that. I don't care. I wish for them just as well as I wish for me. And so I believed that I too was, I was a liberal for a while, and I allowed that to dictate some of my beliefs about the things that I wasn't so sure about.
Well, yeah,
they were sure about certain things.
They've also destroyed that term liberal, man.
Oh, of course.
Because, I'm a fucking liberal, you know what I
mean? Oh,
like,
yeah, you're right.
In that
classical
regard,
liberal,
you know what I mean?
right?
And but yet, and yet I hold pretty fucking conservative ways of life, man. Yes. But at the same time, it's like, oh, you smoke pot, you're a liberal. You know what I mean? That's the kind of that used to be so, because it used to be so counterculture in a way, where it was classified as liberals or whatever. But it's like obviously something's up, man. Like, something was awry.
I have smoked pot, but I don't smoke anymore. And I again, while I was a smoker, I believed, that I was on the side of total legalization and all that. And now that I've quit, I'm not so sure. I don't think that that's really like there's again a broad stroke. It's just like, should it really just be totally blanket, unregulated? I would say no. I do not want my doctor, my surgeon, or my pilot. I do not want them stoned on the job. I don't, and I think that is a reasonable position. I think that is a logical position. That is a barrier that should exist. And but inside your home, I believe that you have the right to do as you wish, whether it's sex act, drug act, or any kind of act. The government doesn't have the authority to come into your home unless you've trespassed on somebody else, period. So whatever it is in the privacy of your own home, that's your own domain. We shouldn't have any say in that, but outside of that realm, in the public,
but do you know how much abuse happens in the home as well, because people have no morals or ethics whatsoever in their family structures?
Nobody knows how much. I mean, that's a
A lot. I mean, we've literally got children being raped. We've got domestic disputes, people fighting, throwing shit at each other. Walls are being destroyed. People are not maintaining their
Right.
basic bills. Kids
I
are
mean, you
kids
did
are
hear me
running
say as
around.
long as it's not trespassing on another, right? I mean,
Yeah,
that's the definition of a crime.
if
And
you have chaos happening in a home, that in itself destroys the psychology of human beings.
I mean, are you just being contrarian against what I said there? I
I'm
mean,
not
like
being contrarian. I'm
you
just
tried
saying
to
that.
jump on me.
I'm
All I
saying
did was say that I don't believe that
how does the
somebody should
state
trespass against somebody else.
but who has the right to enter a home when things get out of control? What is considered like the mechanisms by which we are permitted to enter a home when things are actually causing a disturbance in the neighborhood?
Well, one, it has to be known,
Hmm.
right? We can't assume to have the authority to trespass, right? There
Okay.
has to be a situation that would make it known to others that a trespass has occurred. So that's a witness.
Hmm.
And if there are witnesses, then that's sufficient enough. First, we need witnesses. That's the element that is the answer. So
Yeah,
so
but
I mean, are you
if I
saying
hear
that
my
there aren't
neighbor,
witnesses? Well,
if I
then that's a individual
if
position that you should be calling and be bearing witness to.
okay, but I'm saying if I hear my neighbor raping his wife, and I just got a glimpse of it through a window. Am I enough as a witness to my word against their word, or how does this work? At what point am I allowed to go and run over there and try to save her? Because obviously I would have to trespass to potentially save her if I felt she was in danger, or do I have to wait 20 minutes for a cop show up and then she might be dead?
Well, this is something that you have to struggle with on your own individual level, right? You're asking about a man raping his wife. One,
Mhm.
how would you gauge whether a man is raping his wife? Is she saying no, screaming, or doing something that would compel you to man up and run over there and save her? And if you're pondering it, then you need to exercise some strength in your manhood. Not,
No, but
you
I'm
know.
saying is that how do I know the law will ensure that I'm reasonable in my capacity to because one person might think screaming is enough to go over there and save her, or even assume to save her and trespass. Another person might think, well, I have to wait till I see blood, or someone's actually like, I see maybe something getting broken. So how does the law guarantee that all possible scenarios of an eyewitness, even if it's one person, that no matter what happens, that the reasonable ability to think that something is going wrong, that I have the right to enter another person's home and the law will not punish me for it?
Well, I think at
See?
that position, if you're crossed on what to do at that moment, then one, you're not really sure of the situation anyway. If you're not sure, then maybe you ought to let somebody else take care of it. I mean, and there are agencies and people very willing to do that, to make that decision that you're not quite yet ready to do. You'll
I'm
you'll
just,
know you'll
I'm just,
know in that
yeah.
situation when it's time to go run in, and
So
and
there's no
hopefully
standard.
you'll have the guts to go run in.
So we don't have a standard.
No, we do. It's more of a moralistic one, and also the law also recognizes, you're I don't know the legislation or which state you're in or whatever to quote it, but we do have protections for even down to, you could almost argue, the same ones that police officers have. They call it exigent
Yeah, but think about it.
circumstances.
Let's say I think a child is in danger by their parents, and I just decide that, you know what, fuck it, I'm going to go over there, grab the child, ask him a few questions, and try to get them in a safe situation. And then while I'm trying to have a discussion with the child outside their home now, because I managed to get him out of their home, the parent comes rushing out, and now they immediately blame me for kidnapping. But I'm consciously aware that the child is in distress, but doesn't have the ability to express themselves properly. Do you see the complications that can arise from all this?
Well, you certainly, yes.
Yeah, you
Not
see
every
how hard it is?
circumstance is the same, and in that situation, yeah, you probably ought to let uh, another individual make that
No,
call.
but the variable you're missing is time. If I wait too long, the child could be raped, hurt, or dead. And in my
You would
reality,
know that situation
that's not a possibility.
if that was not a question, then there wouldn't be a question as to whether the law would be on your side or not. If you could articulate that the circumstances were in such a way that you had to get
Mhm.
involved or the death of that child was imminent, then the
Mhm.
law would be on your side, but if you're trying to explain it in a situation that the law is not even sure, then you probably jumped the gun. Maybe somebody was just being disciplined and they were being a little unruly or whatever. I don't know the circumstances, right? But if you're so sure that you had to get involved, then I would believe that the law is on your side.
So really, it's just there's a window within the legal system and the moral system where it's kind of what I call a void. It's kind of a luck system in a sense because if you miscalculated a little too much and there's not enough law that's written about it, or the judge can't really properly assess it. They're trying not to accuse you of anything, but humans by definition are paranoid, even when they're trying to do the right thing under an authoritarian judicial hand to try to decide if I was just crazy or not. You see, this is the problem is I could be punished and I could end up going to jail because I miscalculated what I thought was a righteous and just cause. So you see, This is why our legal system is not specific about down to the variables about timing.
I don't think that you can give a whole lot of examples of situations where what you're saying has actually occurred and the legal system just was totally heavy-handed against them. I think that this is just something you're trying to articulate in the sense of just being a contrarian to the system that we have. I think that I mean, with all due respect, it sounds like you have good intentions for asking these, but I do think that in reality that our system rewards those who save their neighbors, and that our neighbors do go and help one another when they hear a call for distress, and it's not all terrible.
I know, but
you
what I'm
know.
saying is I could actually be seen as the good guy, but if they don't have enough perspective or the right angle or enough evidence, or they don't believe in my psychological diagnosis, let's just say the judge forced me to also speak to a psychologist about whatever took place in a very short amount of time, and they could not find the right
Well, to get
trigger.
to that position, first we'd have to
I might
conclude that
I
you
might
were wrong, right?
Yeah, but
That's the only
what I'm saying
situation where
is
that would happen, is you were actually wrong.
no, but what I'm
You
saying is
were.
I could theoretically be rewarded and punished at the same time. I could be rewarded for actually there's enough evidence that my calculations for a threat in that home was correct, but at the same
Mhm.
time, my methodology by which I handled it was incorrect because someone gets to determine that, and now I have to pay a fee or a fine of, let's say, $20,000, and now I'm also struggling financially, so I'm not going to pay $20,000 when I'm clearly trying to explain to the judge that this has nothing to do with money. This has to do with a quick response rate, an impulse decision that I had to make based on moral characteristics, and I'm still being punished for something because trespassing or certain mannerisms of how I handle things could also been what the judge thinks is mildly inappropriate or over exaggerated, or because they can always decide what is over the top, and then that in itself could be a punishment. You know what I'm saying? So it's
I know
a
what you're
terrible
saying, but
system.
I think you're creating these situations on the fly. I don't know that you have any example of these things happening.
No,
Maybe
I'm just
I can think of some situations that are close, but
yeah. I mean,
and I'll give an example just so it's where
okay.
I don't sound like I'm against you either.
Oh,
I'm
no.
listening
I'm
to you.
neutral. I'm neutral.
I'm neutral as well.
I'm just pushing the extremes. That's all.
Right. Well, so here's an example: is somebody tries to help an individual who has been involved in a car accident and you break their rib while giving them CPR. I have heard of cases where they have gone through the legal process. Usually the law is on their side, the individual who saved them. But there is a cost, like you're saying, being punished and rewarded at the same time. There is a cost involved in going through the legal process. Ultimately, our system is not so terrible that it would punish that individual, as far as I know, in the example that I gave. Because I think it was actually something local around here that happened, but or rumored to be. But hopefully it wasn't a rumor, just to keep people from trying to help their neighbors. So that's one thing I fear about, like the things that you're saying. Is it's like, are you being loud enough to prevent somebody from going in and saving my neighbor's child when the threat of imminent danger is going on? I hope not, and I hope that's not your intent. And I don't think it is.
Have you read about the studies that in cities, if someone's beating someone up in the street and everyone's looking through the window of the city, the buildings, nobody makes the effort to go down there, make a call, help out, nothing. This is a phenomenon that's spreading.
It's getting worse. You're right.
Everywhere.
Now they're pulling out their phones and recording it.
Because human beings are so paranoid that they don't even trust their own legal system, that it would be fair and just toward them to go and help that person. That no one responds to anything anymore.
I don't think that's true at all. I don't think people are thinking that far ahead. They just ain't got guts no more. They just don't give a damn.
So you think this is just pure fear? That's it.
It's not fear. It's just it's a level of depravity that didn't used to exist. It used to be that we cared about one another and we used to defend one another. It was it's a slope that we've already slipped down. We're already down that slope where it's there. You got pockets of groups of individuals who will still defend their neighbor, but no, I don't think that there are individuals pulling out their phones going, you know what, I think that the legal system's gonna, get me in trouble. No, they don't care. They don't even say a word. They don't say stop, don't do that. They're either chicken, that they're just afraid for their own, and I can't say I blame an individual in every situation where there might be bodily harm threatened against them too for getting involved.
Right.
Sometimes that is the position you need to take. You gotta weigh these things. Is a fight or flight, and most people are kind of in between. They're flight, but they're pulling out their cameras at the same time.
It's very deviant
weird.
what's happening.
It is. You're right. It is deviant. That is what is going on.
It's almost like they can't handle what's happening in front of them, so it's easier to record it and then put it on YouTube and see how other people feel about it, and then read the comments. But then, what good is that because the person's already is probably out there for an hour, and then an ambulance finally shows up, and they're probably end up dead before they get to the hospital.
That's true.
It's a sick world. It's a sick world. Okay, I was just testing your parameters because I was just trying to get at a sense of the morality and ethical implications of how your mind thinks. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
No, you're reasonable. I don't think I think you're reasonable. So I just want to see because that's what I do.
Well, just so you know, I did mention you while you had taken a phone call. I don't want to.
No, you're good.
Leave it in the air that like I was talking about you, but you did before you took a phone call. You read what I wrote and you said that I was a negative individual, and then you bounced immediately. And I'm not negative. I just disagree with you.
I don't know. Well, we would have to break it down, but maybe not today though.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure I don't disagree with everything with you, but the things that I did mention, I did disagree with you, which is what caused you to call me negative. But I'm not negative.
But all I see is this same line. Let me see if I can find the line here. I see this line over and over again. And I believe that this is a kind of a psychological psyop that has been programmed more and more into citizens' minds. And I see this same line over and over again for the last 30 years plus. What is this? Here. This line. These lines irritate the crap out of me. No offense, but you wrote. It's been tried. It's been tried. Period. It hasn't worked. period. It won't work. This Debbie Downer attitude of it won't work. Like it's like this stance where you know,
Right.
it's
Well,
never
the
worked. So
reason it won't
we
work.
should just give up because humanity has already tried it probably so many times according to your perception of how you interpret history. But it's like, what is the point of being human if all we're going to get to the conclusion of it doesn't work, or don't challenge the system, or it's too corrupt, and all it's going to do is create this passivity in people to the point where we're going to be so numb, we're not even going to do anything in our society, and it's just going to lead us down to a road of fascism. Like that's why I get frustrated with that line.
Well, the reason I say that is it's not just that it has been tried, hasn't worked. They've tried it, they have implemented it, and it didn't work. Right?
Right, but as soon as someone
It's
reads this line, it won't work.
they
They might take
it's
that.
because it's through force, man. That's my point. Is there's a reason behind what I said. Is the only way, even in what you explained, required a lot of force. If I, the individual who doesn't want to follow along in the system involving whether it be the lobsters or whoever, what if I wanted one more extra? Then I would be trespassing on the rights of another. It's the only way that you could achieve, even in your, I mean, you were down to saying that the only way it would work is in a circular system.
Well, yeah,
And there was
I've studied
some
shapes, and circles are by far most efficient.
But it maybe it is. Maybe you're right. But if we disagree, then the only way that in your setup is that I would just have to conform. We made the proposition is that, well, what about a pyramid? That's what I heard Jeremy ask.
Well, that is possible.
But
pyramids lead to a hierarchy.
Right, you have whatever your reason is that circles are best. We've decided. Now we're going to force that. That's the only way to do it. So that's why I say it doesn't work. Unless force is involved, it will not work. And that'll only result in slavery or revolt.
You do realize psychologically, most human beings, when they see a schema or structure or even a skyscraper, we always think of someone at the top has the best, someone at the top has the power, someone at the top is looking down at us. This has already been ingrained into our society. We are consciously aware that certain types of building structures, representations of symbols, numerical things, sign postages really represent a hierarchical structure. And so I already know a pyramid is a terrible idea because it's a clear hierarchical structure.
Well, what's wrong with a hierarchical system? Right? There's something even in your family, right? You're not equal to your mother and your father. Should that also be structured down into a circle too?
Well, I am now because I'm an adult, so I see all my family members as equal to myself. Because I'm consciously aware that once you get to the threshold of agreed upon consent of adulthood,
I would bet that you hold your parents, and I don't even believe what you're saying is true. That in amongst your family you believe you're equal to your father. Unless you do, you just might not be an individual that I would.
Well, I mean, if you're talking about the different types of psychological, sociological, emotional, yeah, you're right. There are some slight.
Even in a grander scheme, what makes you think that you're equal to me? What makes you think that you and I are equal? There are individuals between me and you that are not equal to you and I. I promise you, they are individuals you don't want to associate with or whatever. So whether there's a hierarchical system or not,
but I'm not talking about superficial.
I'm above some, and I'm below some too.
Right, but I'm not talking about superficial forms of hierarchy. I'm talking about non-superficial, which are you cannot latch on and create a crutch out of a physical object or material wealth or anything that can give you the upper advantage. I'm not talking about those superficial versions. I'm talking about the innate characteristics of what it means to look at a human being and recognize that that person has the same thing you have. You want love, they want love. You need to eat, they need to eat. You want respect, they want respect. And then when you start to really break down that the external things outside of us are actually the culprit that are causing the problems of our internal sense, then you start recognizing what is really happening. It corrupts everything. Because if you get to a point where I can convince you to a point that we actually really are truly equal, but then you're not feeling it, so then you pull out your money, or you say, no, I'm not equal to you. I work harder than you, and I made those cars over there. So now you would be using a mechanism outside of yourself.
One another. I don't think we are. I think that we were made equal. I think your decisions, your choices, and your habits, and your whatever your life existence has veered us away from where we started, which was equal. We're different, and we might have equal rights, but we're not the same. We're equal, but we're different. And
of course,
you're not entitled to the same things as I am. You're not. You haven't earned it equally. I can tell you that. You and I have earned different things.
That's true. And what I'm saying is that those external variables, if you remove them all from you, and let's say you were stripped of everything in your reality, and all you had the ability to do was look at yourself and the other person, you would realize that the external world is the weapon. That's all it is. If you really think long and hard about it, it's a weapon against each other, and it breaks down our innate characteristics of our dignity, of our humanity. Because we tend to use what's outside of us as a shield or leverage or a blocking mechanism or deception, because we think that by using our energy within us and being able to maybe do something more than another person, that gives us somehow a privilege perspective that we're a little bit more superior than another person. But people don't understand that energy is just energy. You go do something because you have a passion for it or because you're good at something. But why are we weaponizing the energy within against other people to create this illusion that we are better than another person? It just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, what's the weaponization? Are you talking about?
It's a psychological. It's a psychological state of depravity.
We're in 2023, and I'm in the U.S. I'm not sure if you're from the U.S.
Yeah, I'm the U.S. Yes.
So here I can see maybe the weaponization, at least on a neighborly or a localized way, would only be through monetary means, right? Unless you're actually talking about crimes. Right.
Yeah, I mean, and what's sad is that I know this is true because my sister lives in a middle class neighborhood, and I literally see neighbors. They both have reasonably comfortable lives. They're probably making $150,000 a year, but all of a sudden, the neighbor buys a car that's twice the value, and now the other neighbor who they used to talk to each other, stop talking to each other in the lawn or having discussions because of that one little external variable. And then the other person, instead of recognizing that the external variable is the problem, and it's causing a hindrance to the relationship of themselves and their neighbor, and it's also triggering a superficial variable of jealousy. Instead of talking it out, they just continue on with their lives, but now they're not really neighbors because they kind of avoid each other. So you see what I'm saying? It's kind of like people don't take the time to step back and realize that sometimes altering the external variables within one's reality should never have occurred in the first place, because it's not worth the beautiful relationship that you already had with your said neighbor, or the ability to develop trust over a long period of time. You know what I'm saying?
I do, but in my opinion, I think you're looking at every problem as if it were a nail and your tool is a societal hammer. I think that some of these are down to individual. I don't bear these problems that you're talking about. Not any of them. I don't envy what my neighbor has.
That's good.
I'm neighborly with everybody that I have ever met, and I've met a lot of people who are this way too. You're talking about individuals who have had something happen that they need to assess, and it doesn't have to be at a destructive, whether it be to the society or it's not all societally based, even down to everything that we're talking about, whether it's the individuals on the subway watching somebody an old woman getting beaten up, and all they do is pull out their camera. That's happening.
Oh yeah,
You
it's
know,
insane.
that doesn't mean that it's that the problem is we need
So
to
you
redesign all of society. You know, something
so
gave. It wasn't always this way.
so so
Something is
what
given.
so what do you think is causing the decay per se in our society? If that people recognize, they see it, but they don't know what the mechanism by which it's happening. What do you think that is?
Uh, I think a lot of it actually might be technology.
I think so
Um,
too.
you know, it may be the cell phone, to be
Oh,
honest.
the cell phone was a nightmare. It should never have been
You know,
invented.
it's the same way we see going on with Tinder. Nobody dates the same.
Nope.
Nobody
It's
it's all
scary.
different. It's all
I
completely
literally
different.
I literally cannot even get a date because women now expect you to go through these social platforms to establish repertoire and trust before they're even willing to meet you up for a
That
coffee.
right?
I didn't have these problems when I was 16. It
I
was
don't
so
even
easy.
I don't even have any of those websites or any of those
Yeah,
apps.
I don't use these, and so then I have to just say, "I'm sorry, I don't use these. I don't use TikTok. I don't use Facebook." And then they
You
think
know,
I'm just crazy or something.
right?
It's insane.
I went to the grocery store and I was so disappointed. As uh, this was just the other day. It ended up turning out real nice because I was getting a little
Mhm,
heated just
mhm,
watching and being disappointed in my neighbors. You know,
mhm,
they're almost bumping into me, kids on their phones, glued to their
mm,
phones while they're walking, and
mhm,
then senior individuals doing the same thing. Half
mm.
of them on their phones in a what sounds like a private conversation on speaker, you know,
Mhm.
walking around as well. You know, it's everybody. Everybody was
It's crazy.
involved in their phones. Employees were doing the same thing.
Mhm.
Everybody was abusing these cell phones.
Really.
And, you know, ended up turning out good. It was totally unrelated. I think that that was an intervention by God, you know, to calm my heart and everything and me to begin acting neighborly again and loving them. And I did by the end of it.
Mm.
But while I was there, it was just I almost got ran into a few times. And it wasn't just the children. It wasn't just the, you know, here comes an elderly man doing the same thing. And
But
then I
what
walked
is
by three
causing
times.
a huge chunk of the population to behave this way, but a small chunk of the population is not even phased by this. It doesn't even affect them, and they have the discernment or the ability to recognize that this is all just going to lead to just more social depravity or disengagement or whatever. Why do you think the majority of people are falling for it? What is it about technology that is triggering people's and what's triggered like it's got to be more than just dopamine, a fix or something. So what do you think it is that
Mm.
so many people are falling for it, like, and it's just really causing a disruption to everything because you're not falling for it, I'm not falling for it.
I think what's very attractive about it is that you get to like hide behind a profile. People don't. You don't have to
That's
worry about
true.
people seeing the real you yet.
That's true.
Hmm.
And to be honest, there is some I guess I do benefit from it to a degree here as well. You know, it's like I've got some friends I've made here in Discord that I play a couple video games with every once in a while, and
Hmm.
uh, it kind of bothers me when people call it like their IRL, you know, their real life friends or
Oh.
whatever. But this is my real life, you know. These
Mhm.
people that I've met, and just like I'm talking with you, I know you're a real individual, and this is a real conversation that has weight and
Mhm.
value to what I'm putting into it. And but there is some comfort in the anonymity, the or at least yeah, and I'm pretty open with some of these people are, you know, they know me really well. They know what I look like. They
Mhm.
know my name. They know where I live. Uh, you know, but there's still some distance and all of that. So I guess there are some benefits I get as well out of it. But I man, I don't even watch TV, and I'm not old. I'm not like some
Mhm.
old fart that
You're
believes
probably
that,
under
you know.
40, right? You're probably
I
under
am
40,
under
yeah.
40, yeah.
Yeah.
But still, it's like I don't watch any TV. I've kind of always been that way, though. I'm
Mhm.
not really super interested. It's you know,
Yeah, I
some
grew
people kind of
yeah.
have
I
a
yeah, I grew out of TV by the time I finished college. I just didn't see the point of it all.
yeah. I'll watch some YouTube, you know, because
Sure.
I feed myself what it is that I'm looking for. I don't let the TV program me, and that's what I think the masses are doing. Is they are letting the tube tell them what's popular, what to buy, what to.
You know how when you're truly a sovereign and have complete autonomy and control over your mind is when your interests always go to videos or things of interest where nobody is popular. Like people have only a few thousand views or below. The people tend to slow down and articulate their thoughts about their set ideas, but no one's really like letting those people get well known, because people don't seem to value intellectuals or people that are trying to bend the perspective of reality or to expose it. It seems to always be pushed down, and that's how I believe is the standard of knowing that you're truly free, because you're not just like, oh, I'm going to click that Britney Spears video that is popping up over here on the right side and just see why everyone is making a big fuss. Like, I don't even have a desire to do that. But other people, it's like they fall for it, and then they see 20 million people. Oh, I'm part of Britney Spears collective because I'm part of that 20 million and blah blah blah. You know how it is. But that's my standard.
Well, you see, everything that I'm saying is you've even reminded me of part of the world that I've never been involved in, which is like Facebook. I have a Facebook page, but I think I've logged in about 5 times.
Yeah, I tried it in high school. It was okay when it started, but then it just like warped into this like weird beast, and this advertising and just too many things going on. And then and I wish they would have just stayed as a high school platform, but then it went to the whole world, and then it just got out of control, because then you start seeing all these different perspectives. People are just getting way carried away. The value systems from family to family to family to family are extreme. And I'm like, this is not going to work. I wouldn't want my family to see a lot of this stuff. I don't value the way people are behaving. I don't understand why employers are treating people. They're also exploiting the system, because if they see you doing something that they don't like, that they're not going to hire you, or they might even fire you. So there's too many problems. There's just too many problems.
Well, at least you sound reasonable and. Even in difference of opinions, like I've got family members who we were like best friends. We could get on the phone and talk all night long, including my aunt, very close relatives, who within just the last couple years they have become so polarized that they can't even hold. They just are completely either pro-Trump or anti-Trump or whatever, that they hate their whoever happens to not, wave a yellow and blue flag or whatever. They are completely programmed NPCs.
I know it's
and it's sad, because it's my aunt who I love.
I know people on here, if throughout Discord channel servers, if you don't, if they try to get to know you and then they push the idea of, well, if you don't believe in this, then that means you must not like Trump either. So thereby, I don't really want to get to know you anymore. Like, I've heard these things before.
Yeah.
Like, and I'm like,
yeah. Well, there's I stepped away. I haven't been. I don't talk a whole lot. I will listen in here, but used to be on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, which I still am. A lot of people are there. Some people are very how do I say this? I appreciate the truth movement, and I love to study all of it. I'll study all of it, but that doesn't mean I agree with all of it.
Oh yeah, I agree with that too.
There's some people who believe that if you're a flat earther, you must also believe in the mud flood theory and all the everything theories, and I don't always believe in it, and I don't want to get into a fight over some things that we're all really just trying to wrap our heads around, kind of deal. And some people come in here, and I find that they're not everybody. I'm trying to be careful and not try to accuse anybody here or any individual specifically of, they're kind of arrogant, they can really control the whole conversation the whole time and very argumentative, and I jumped on because you'd called me negative, and I'm not trying to bring that back up, but I mean, I didn't want to leave that in the air. At the same time, I wanted to be able to clear the air, and I'm glad that I did. Honestly, you sound much more reasonable after having.
No, I mean, I read
both of our stuff.
I read all your lines, and I mean, like, I don't agree with everything, but like a lot of it I've already heard many times before, so it's not really like problematic for me anymore. Because I've already had a lot of perspective. But just that one line right there, like that line really really hurts, because it's like if some people don't have the intellectual capacities and aren't deep enough about being able to perceive their reality, if they just see that one line, they will be
I
like, well,
understand what you're saying.
you know what I'm
do
saying?
believe we should try things more than, try again, I guess. But
Yeah, get up over and
I
over and over
do
again
believe,
until
though,
you
that
die, even if you don't succeed.
that's true
Yeah.
for many things.
Yeah.
One that I would be adamantly opposed to is one that you're pushing, but with all
Okay.
due respect,
That's
is that I think that is one that
Look,
should
I
be
never
varied,
said
and
I never said that we couldn't tweak the system. That was just our intensity, me and that guy's intensity and how we connected. But if you guys felt passionate that we could have tweaked it around the edges and went in a little different, like I would have been welcome to hear it all out.
let me tell you something that's come across my mind is that I think the only hope, the only chance that any of this could ever come about is one, it would have to be worldwide. You can't
Yes,
have
it has to be
it.
worldwide.
It would have to be worldwide, which is what makes it so frightening at the same time.
And we have to all understand what it really means to be a dignified human being, and how to share that amongst each other. If that doesn't get solved, I don't think any of this is possible.
China and Russia and them may have, even Cuba and all these other societies that have tried and failed may have simply failed because they didn't have the means to enforce that worldwide. Honestly, if China could put us all underneath of its thumb, the whole world, they might actually have some success.
Nobody, but no one's interested in China's version.
Well, their people don't seem to mind it, right? They're at least oblivious to the what they don't know, right?
Well, I mean, I've heard a lot
Can't
of
hurt
people.
them is the way they're looking at it. But what I'm saying is we're moving into a system where, because this is what I was thinking is like we're starting to replace employees with robots.
Oh, it's a nightmare.
Well, is it though? I mean,
well, it is, because we already are having less and less businesses. They're streamlining everything. Just in time, logistical processes are improving over time. So that means they need less and less people. So now you're
yes, but if
basically forcing the
that's kind of
populace.
the purpose of these robots, though, right?
Yeah, but
If
you've
we
got to
could
first.
replace every position with a robot, then I think then you could actually have a free individual who has. I think that's the only way that it actually could
The
succeed.
problem is
What you're talking about.
The problem is that we're not very good at calculating the speed of displacement of our population, and then people get frustrated because they're like, "Well, I studied for 12 years, and then I get thrown out of this economy, and people are not taking me seriously. They're trying to take away my benefits. I can't self-actualize. I can't move up anymore in the company." And then they get rid of me 12 years later. It's frustrating for people because it feels like you're just a cog that's just tossed into a machine and then spit out when they don't need you. And that's not good for
Well,
the
if it could all
psychology.
be like you being on holiday, though, right? Like I think that the only way that system could work where it's beneficial to the individual, at least on a freedom-based level, right, is that robots have replaced every position, and you have been given. You're no longer taking anything from anybody, whether it be labor or otherwise, because
Well,
everything is being.
you are taking one thing, though. You're
What's that?
taking, well, because the people that hold these powers, especially the robotics, they're just going to see us as just useless eaters, and they're just going to say, well, now we just want you off the land.
Well, I
You know?
understand that. I do. That is actually why I'm saying like the only outcome that could be good for robots
Mhm.
In taking over everything might be that legislation would actually increase benefits for for the individual that has been completely displaced, especially if that's the move that we're going to. If robots were to actually displace everybody, and I mean everybody, with the exception of, maybe eventually they'll have robots that can
Right, but you're
service
assuming
other robots, but
that the ones who control the robots, if they don't have a sound moral and ethical system, nor a higher order of dignity toward the displacement of these populations and just the way things are transcending, you're going to just have a bunch of homeless people everywhere, because that means they're only going to still think about profit. Too bad, pay up. It's $5 an apple now. Too bad. You should have worked harder. You should have gone and learned how to code. I don't care if you're 60 years old. You got to learn how to code. And people are like,
now you're starting to sound like me being on that on. We've swapped sides. I'm actually being a devil's advocate for how your circular system and equitable situation could actually work, is as if robots were, where one individual's labor isn't being taken away, is by nobody's labor is being taken, because they never had the labor in that situation.
Yeah, because the robots are not really the worrying part. For me, it's just human beings. If they're too attached to their power, then nothing's going to improve. I mean, we have to purge power. We have to teach people to undo power.
Yeah, but power. When you say power, I mean
the ability to recognize that you have enough power that you can sway public opinion. You can force people to suffer more, to go to work if they're lucky to get a job. Because now, let's say one day, working is not even a right. If you're chosen to work, you're lucky to have a job. So you shouldn't even complain. You see, the psychology of those who control things, it means they can take it any direction they want, and that's what I'm worried about. Because they control everything. The capital means to an end. It discards everything if they choose to do so.
Yeah.
That's dangerous.
Well, when you say power, though, which I'm glad you gave more details on that, but I'm trying to shoot. No, I'm trying to remember what I said right prior to it.
It's a touchy subject, I know.
Yeah, it's I mean, the individual, though. I mean, they're not concerned about power unless it be they're more worried about, yes, of course there is some power that we all are holding dear, whether it's over your dog. I mean, you can look at, it's inherent in us. You can, you look at the family hierarchy, and somebody's up on top all the way down to the little kid will be telling the cat what to do and the dog what to do. It's just, it's in us. We will have some desire for a position of power. But if you mean power more broadly, like as in like the ability to own things, which is what I am more concerned about, and what I think would cause that to fail, is if somebody is going to intervene and prevent me from maintaining or adding to what I have when I desire to do so. That's where it becomes concerning, especially if it's by somebody else's power, be it by you calling it we the people of the community of liberals or libertarians or whatever you want to call it. I'm not sure what the title would be, but
I'm an egalitarian. Egalitarians they try to use the softest, most delicate, everything's a vote. Like, I believe that we should be voting on every little detail of our society, and we need to find a way to store it into our server systems and technologies so that people can have access to it from their home and constantly check on every website, every protocol, every chart, everything that's tweaking and in live mode continuously, so that people can continuously participate and make choices for their towns and villages.
Well, that sounds terrifying to me, to be honest. It does. See, I'm the opposite. I mean, even my name.
But you can't just vote. You actually have to have enough knowledge too, based on your vote. So if you're going to vote on, let's say, hunger, everyone also will be required to take tests to prove that you understand, have a reasonable comprehension of what hunger means and how you interpret it. You're going to have to be able to formulate that you have proof that you understand what the concept is, so that when you go vote on a hunger issue, you are a legitimate citizen that is not just being warped or manipulated or whatever.
Well, see, I'm very thankful that we have a mixed system here in the U.S. that involves a bit of a our Senate is more of a wiser body. They hold office longer. It's more difficult to pass legislation. It's also harder to get rid of them and move things through there. And I think that is a good thing, right? You look at the House of Representatives; it's the opposite.
God,
It's only 2 year office. And if the Senate was the same as the House, then by now, for sure, we'd be past. It would be law of the land that children could be, the the sex change operations would be law of the land. And I'm using that as an example because this is all foreign stuff to us only a couple years ago.
Oh, yeah.
That's the dangers of what if you're at what's the saying, the seat of your pants, kind of law, then it could be that tomorrow. I mean, imagine if power is not going to go away, not even in your society.
Right,
Even
but what
in
I'm
one of
saying
your
is,
most perfect things, they could false
yeah,
flag it into a hellhole tomorrow.
yeah.
Imagine if everybody got the opportunity to go log on 9/11 and go vote on war or not. It would be
Well,
a terrifying
but
place,
you
is
have
what
to
I
be.
think.
But you have to be educated, and you have to be reasonable, and there has to be also a collective vote on what is reasonable in the material that we're all studying. So there has to be a very streamlined process. But also, the other thing is, I'm going to give another example. If 8 million children in America, let's say 8 to 11 million, I think it's last time it was around I think it was around 11. 11 million children are starving and homeless in the streets of America, then I believe it's children that should be voting for other children's well-being. Because I'm sure if most children see that there are children starving in the street, they by nature will vote to end homelessness for children. Because for some reason, adults still to this day have not gotten rid of homelessness for children in the streets. So this is what I'm
Okay.
saying, is that it should be based on the demographics of the people that actually are feeling it decade to decade or year after year after year. Because, I can be a just and reasonable person for the entire populace of my country, but I will never, ever, ever understand 100% and not even 50% what a black man or a black woman in America feels like from generation to generation, and how their lives are impacted economically, socially, emotionally. There are going to be slight discrepancies between how they perceive reality to that of an Asian or a white man or a Hindu. So what I'm saying is that if it
Yeah,
gets
but the
to these
law should apply equally, right? It's equal under the law. It's not
right, but I'm saying that if it's a black issue, then all the blacks should vote for their black issue, because there's no way
See,
other,
I'm
you know,
totally against segregation. It's a new thing that,
it's not
especially
segregation.
it's absolutely segregation. The
No, no,
wheel
no.
has gone full circle, and you're not the only one who has. Equity is a segregation thing, and I'm absolutely opposed to
But
it.
it's not segregation, because you're literally basically saying I cannot be accused of anything. Neither can that Asian guy or that Hindu guy or anything. So if you black people vote for your black policy and you mess up, it's on you, and that means that they're
Yeah,
fully held accountable to their own
that's a
belief of their
terrible
own
system.
genetic lineages. You see what I'm
The
saying? So
system should
I
be
know I cannot
this.
be. I can sleep peacefully at night knowing that I did not do anything to cause pain to those people, like
So
zero.
you mean you're happy pulling your phone out and watching them get beat up on the
No,
bus,
no, no.
whether
Obviously,
it's just
obviously.
themselves beating one
Well,
another up, is what
Well,
you're
no,
talking about.
that's step two. Then if
Hold
let's
on,
say,
I'm sorry, I don't mean to. I gotta
yeah,
step away for a quick second.
okay, yeah, no
I'll be
worries, no
back though.
worries. There's more steps, but yeah, I
Okay,
just think that there
I'm
is a
happy
way
to
to do
hear
this.
the others. Just
Yeah.
hang on. Just give me a minute, okay? Sorry.
Okay, okay, that's interesting.
I have a question. So there's companies that replace people with robots. Are they making their products any cheaper?
Nope. Obviously, look at inflation right now. We have advanced in robotics for over 100 years now, and things are not getting cheaper. With the sophistication of robotics just for the automobile industry, cars should be dirt cheap at this point. Luxury cars, a nice, fast, sporty four-door sedan should be very affordable, very cheap, that even a teenager could buy one. But nope. Instead they pretend like there's some other hidden costs, and they make up excuses, and then they just convince the population that there's that we're not there yet. When clearly I have seen the factories, I've walked through those factories. I've never seen so many robot arms moving so quickly at such precision, spitting out one car after another. Yet, for some reason, cars are just getting more expensive. It just doesn't make any sense.
The way I see things is as long as you are forced to pay money in exchange for food, and as long as you are also forced to basically pay money, period, through taxes, penalties, regardless, you're forced then to have a job, to not be homeless and to not starve. And under those conditions, jobs being replaced by robots, it's just, there's some adjustments that's going to have to be made in society.
Mm-hmm.
If all jobs are replaced with robots, it means that all people that who don't own these companies, they don't own these corporations with these robots, they have to have food provided to them for free, or they have to have the total freedom to grow their own food without being sued by some corrupt, I don't know.
But it's got to be more than just food. Humans need, there's a lot of other basic needs that would have to be met for free. Like housing. Housing, I think, is a human right. You don't need anything fancy, but every human being should have the right to live in dignity in their own little space that is tax-free, that they can get up in the morning with no stress, take a shower, eat, bathe, clothe, do the usual things they do. And we went the complete opposite direction, and now homes are $250,000 to millions of dollars, and the average American could not even keep up with even half of 200,000, because it's going to take. I already calculated it takes over 15 to 20 years to pay $250,000 house off in America.
Besides just paying for the house itself, I think depending on where you live, if you own property, you have to pay property taxes regardless of your mortgage. And that kind of forces you as a property owner to produce something.
Yeah, it just puts more pressure on the person to have to be a slave to society to maintain said thing.
Right.
It never frees up the person to have their peace. And this is to me is just diabolically evil. Because back in the old days, you could have bought a tiny little house, a four-bedroom tiny house, 2 children, mother and father, a traditional family. You could have bought houses for under $50,000, and you would have paid them off in like 2 to 4 years. So I don't know what's happening, but things used to be like this.
Yeah, my house was built in 1960, and it was worth, I think, $16,000. Today, the value of the market is $300,000.
And I would never pay $300,000 for your tiny little house. It's not even a realistic number. Even visually looking at your house, anyone who's willing to do that has been so duped and so pushed into a system of desperation to have a house that we're basically stripping the idea that housing is a basic human right. Like we're literally just trying to throw it out the door.
The value of anything is really in flux on any given time. Like if you were to, like, let's you've heard a million times, the older people, our seniors talk about how things cost a nickel or a quarter, and
Yeah, I remember them talking
comparison,
about that. Yeah.
right? But really, like, and we can look at these new inflated values and say, wow, that would be nice, if this only cost a nickel or whatever. But at the same time, 100 years ago, it took 2 weeks to go to the nearest metro city. They would have to store a week's worth of food and bring it back home, maybe longer. They would have to they would plan their routes and travel by horse, and even so whether you're complaining about a gallon of gasoline is, say, it's currently at its near its highs, it's not quite there, but it's pretty high right now.
I mean,
Even
it's not gonna
though,
affect the middle class and above, but it's definitely affecting everybody else.
yeah, but the benefit, even at its high prices, are so vastly more valuable than what they were for energy. Energy is the value of really what we can gauge, of the
Mhm.
our society, is the best way to achieve a real understanding of where we are compared to another time. If our ancestors had to travel for a month to go get, to get their food, which often that happened, just how long ago was it that they had to do that, or even at, let's say here in Ohio, it's about $3 a gallon for gasoline. That's still a fraction of the minimum wage, which isn't that high here, which means in
Well,
1
no,
hour you could buy enough gasoline to get you here nearly across the state, the whole state, in
right,
1 hour's worth of
but
labor.
but there's
In
way
1 hour's labor, you could buy enough food
But you're not
for
yeah,
me
but
and my
there's
whole
yeah,
family.
but there's not one expense. Most people have many expenses now that are essential to sustain yourself and to keep your sanity, like reasonable sanity, just to participate in society reasonably. Like today, if you don't have a cell phone or a computer or some way to connect to the internet, then you are not going to get interviews because everything is forced through the internet.
Yeah,
If
but
you,
that's free
so
if you
that's
know how to get it. I
yeah,
mean,
but
gosh, it's like they
most
call it Obama phone
but
still, and
it's not free because you have to prove that you're so poor, so objectively poor that you're worthy of that ability. Most people, this is the thing, is they calculate these numbers where they're like, well, we know how much of our population is poor and objectively poor. So let's just put it right there, right here in the middle, where we can still where we can benefit from this, but the population really doesn't benefit from it because it's not about the phone. It's about forcing you to have to make a decision. Well, I either cannot work as many hours, or I'm not going to get my health benefits, or I can work a shitload of hours because I have the experience. But now it's also going to come at the cost of my health, which means that if something goes wrong, even worse, far worse for my health, then I'm actually going to have to pay double or even worse to keep up with it. So I'm actually just destroying myself. It's not even so. You see, people are trying to figure out like, how do I sustain my life, keep peace and harmony and stress down, but at the same time, like I want to work, but I also don't like the fact that our government has these unrealistic like thresholds because that's how humans are. We don't want to waste energy if we don't have to waste energy. But the government wants you to waste energy. They want to actually get you to work even more or to exploit you even more. And so the people are not happy with this. There's no equity anywhere.
I don't particularly think that it's the government that wants you to be in
Well,
that
the private
situation.
corporations bribe the government, megapacks, and all this other processes, and they get their way. That's what's happening today.
you mean for the cases of like subsidies and that
Oh yeah,
is that what
subsidies
you're
are
talking about?
they're heavily exploited.
Well, I mean, I'm just trying to see. Of course, I would agree concerning subsidies. That there are lobbies and lobbyists for trying to get these subsidies, but whether the government. I'm trying to connect the dots with you talking about trying to get you to. I mean, I guess maybe like especially with our fiat system, where we're at a position where really we're at the point where we have to borrow from the credit card company in order to pay off the credit card.
It's ridiculous.
Which is what would happen. That's where we would be in a personal position, right? We would know that the banks would cut us off at this point. Like, you can't pay your bills unless we open another line of credit. Are you kidding me? No, you're cut off. Go file bankruptcy or whatever you got to do, but you're no more. But of course, that is what's going on. So that's the only way I could see, or the only way that I'm connecting dots for you saying that the government wants us to do that.
Well, it's I'm sure, I don't know if you
continue the dollar.
Well, even food stamps, for instance, like if you make just the wrong amount of money, you will not be able to get the food stamps, or the extra benefits, the weekly payments that they might send to you. So there's this, how they define abject poverty, and poverty is not to the same standard as what the citizen sees. The citizens are thinking anything really under 50,000 is already poverty, because it really that gives us almost no buying power to do anything with our lives. But but our government, through the corporations, have been convinced that poverty is around like $17,000. You can't do shit with $17,000. So if you're at the wrong threshold, if you're just a little bit above that, oh, too bad. You're not going to get your food stamps. You're not going to get your extra weekly payment for $200. Too bad. Like, it's just sick to me. Like, it's already not enough money. Don't you think it's better to help your citizens by giving them a little extra so they can use that money and those benefits so that it could cover the cost of their expenses, so they can use whatever money they're making from their crappy jobs to save more money, so they have more buying power, so therefore they can be healthier consumers, thereby promoting a better economic plan of, obviously the money goes to the companies, then they can invest that money, and so on and so on and so on. But the government doesn't think
about that. I think maybe there ought to be like some kind of padding. If you're making somewhere a little above that, then you may get some assistance. Maybe a little less.
I'm saying 17,000 is not a good standard. Poverty today, honestly, should be $50,000 and below, not 17,000.
That's crazy, man. You're living way too.
That's the new standard,
man.
That should be the new standard.
I have really I have lived so frugal that.
But it's not about frugal. It's not about frugal. You have to compare.
No, it should be. It should be.
No. You're
now considering 50 grand as
yes, because the millionaires and the billionaires are so far ahead of us, like by a long shot, that 50,000 is like still like pittance. It's like pittance.
Yeah, but they're the ones putting the dollars in the 17,000 and under people's pockets. But it's not They're
enough anymore.
a different caliber, they're not asking for.
But in order to have reasonable comfort, so people can have reasonable comfort to find reasonable housing, to pay off their goods, anything they need, medical problems, to keep up with their deductibles and all this stuff, that 17,000 is going to do shit. Nothing.
That's something. I mean, they're eating, and most of them are obese.
But that's not. But eating is not the standard. The standard is
and they've got housing. Dignity. So I don't know that I think it is enough. I think that
I don't think so.
The element that you hit on initially is what the problem is. This is what about when you're above 17 or 19 grand, whatever the current year line of poverty is. I think that is maybe, and how do you, once you're approaching that limit, that's what ought to be addressed. I know too many people who they get benefits for foods and they spend it all on junk food. They certainly have so much in.
Yeah, but you're not getting it. If you live in poverty,
they're buying junk.
Yeah, because once you get in poverty, a lot of people's psychologies are broken. Their education is clearly not keeping up. You have to, if you push someone enough into poverty, most people by definition have just given up on life. They already are just broken. Their spirit's broken. Their emotional state's broken. They're probably not going to pursue any more education because they see that the system is just not going to let them have a chance at the middle class lifestyle. And so they're going to start making poor decisions. They're going to start smoking maybe. eating more junk food. They're not going to buy the healthiest foods to make the sandwiches for their children. It's all a byproduct of these terrible decision-making policies of our government. And that's what I see.
Give it up on life? Is that really what you think people, that poor people are?
Yes. You break their will,
No.
they start acting
No.
up. Yes.
No,
That's
I
all
think
it takes.
you're
Break their will, they act up. That's all it takes.
they are rolling with Air Jordans and their flashy bags, and
It
they've got
doesn't
their
matter. It doesn't matter.
internet,
Even
and
if they have, it
they've
doesn't
got
matter.
it.
It
This
doesn't
is a
matter. Even if
first.
they have,
No,
no,
it
hold on, hold
does
on.
matter.
Even
You're
if they have a
talking
few,
about
no,
50 grand as if
even,
we're in a third world
you're
country.
not getting it. Even if they have a
You've
few
got
nice,
some major first world problems,
even
is
if
what
they
I'm
have a
saying.
few nice things, those few nice things compared to the rest of their collective problems is in no comparison. In fact, everyone should have a few nice things. That should be that you should not see that as see, this is what the rich do. The rich at the top, they immediately start looking for loopholes, for how to exploit and point the finger at the poor that they bought a computer.
They earned it, but they if they don't earn it, then no, they don't deserve anything
you're
that
not getting
belongs
it.
to me. I do
When
get
you're
it.
poor,
I get exactly what you're
when you're so poor that your lives are so boring, I can see why someone would want $200 pair of Air Jordans, because they are already in such a state of numbness that that's the only thing that makes them feel good, because there's nothing else out there that makes them feel good. They're not getting the love that they deserve. They're not getting the opportunities they deserve. They're not being treated properly. So that's all they're thinking about, is they're saying, fuck the rest of the world. I'm going to get those fucking Air Jordans because that's all that will numb my pain away. And so having a few nice things to the poor should not even be talked about. Like that's not even the crutch of the problem. You know, the fact that anybody
It's
would even
all
put
of
that
the
on the
problem.
news the fact that they even put that on the news is disgusting to me. Because the
These-
real problem is that the standards, the bars are too low. We need to increase the bars at this point with the cost of living and all the problems we have in society.
A lot of these people can get out of these positions. They're benefiting by receiving benefits, and they have learned to live a subsidized life, and they'll keep it that way. In fact, they're so okay with
Of course they
19,000
will, because they're
that
saying the
there is.
rest of the world doesn't care about them. So at this point, they are going to become grand masters of understanding the subsidy system, because they're saying, well, if the rest of the world doesn't care about me, then I only need to learn one thing.
The rest of the world have to do to care for them, other than to give them free food, free housing. I mean, that's
getting
pretty
it.
generous,
You're not
and
getting
free
it.
healthcare.
But if you
They're getting free schooling. They're getting free Air Jordans, and they're getting free their Gucci bags, and
it's not the point. The point is that the quality standards, also what they're getting, are not enough to get them out of poverty. Because if we really wanted to solve these problems, we would actually have actual money in actual accounts that represent to do actual things to help them self-actualize. Like, for instance, if you're in abject poverty, you'll have it in your account, $7,000 just sitting there. You must go pick your own school, your own community college, and then you sign up and you just show them this document, and that $7,000 will pay for your community college. So the problem is that we don't have systems in place like this. We need to give the poor what they actually need, get them caught up.
My position, or my opinion, is that whatever government gets involved, it gets worse. You know, it's just like these high college tuitions and the high house prices. The only reason this has occurred is because the government has stepped in and said, this is some kind of right. You know, you have a right to a house. You have a right to a college degree.
You do.
And you don't. No, you don't.
A human being cannot function without housing. When you don't have a roof over your head.
No, you do not have a right to your own house. If you want one, you can go get one. You
don't have the right to a luxury house, but you should
don't
have the
a right to your own house.
A long time ago, human beings didn't have all this. We were living off the land, and we were left alone in peace. and people were allowed to just, if you built your own cabin with your own bare hands for your family, you were permitted to live there, no taxes, no nothing. But now what's happening is everyone's been pushed into this idea, into the cities, and they basically have raped and stolen the land from underneath our feet. And now you have to work your ass off.
There by choice. There's lots of land available.
Coercion.
There's lots of houses being made
people, you're not getting it. Most people live in the cities. The majority of the population of America live in the cities. It means that there had to be a mechanism of coercion to trick people off their lands and into the cities. And then that land has been swindled off to people of power and money who now control most of it. And if you want to get it back, you're going to have to pay a pretty penny for everything. Plus, not only do you pay for that land, now it has a tax on it. Now you have to follow their rules.
It must be that way, but
yes.
Being in a family that I have individuals who own land, including I own my own home. I have family who own farms and all that. It's a penny. It has value, and you ought to have to earn it. It might actually be worth something to you if it's something you earned.
No land that is flat that used to be already used for 3 generations of farmland is worth millions of dollars when it's the same land as back in the old days that they bought for probably under $15,000. You see the problem here? $15,000 and millions now is a big difference. That's extreme extortion.
It depends.
Depends. That's extortion.
It does depend. It depends on what can that land yield. Is that same piece of land that could only produce 30% of the agriculture that it can now? It's worth more now. It is more valuable in the market.
How can it be worth more now? How can it be worth more now when the land was discovered and then a forest was cleared? It was fertile, rich, dark humus soil, but now the soil doesn't even look close to it. You have to maintain it. You have to bring fertilizer on. You have to pay someone to actually self-improve the soil and all these other expenses. So it's actually less. In fact, if you had bought it for $15,000, if you had
bought it, you're now gauging it based on values.
If you bought it for
a value. More of an intellectual value than it is an accounting-based value. I'm talking about actual value. You take somebody who actually does all the numbers, they can produce more. It is now yields X amount of the global market. It sells for this much.
Well, then before you're permitted to sell the land, then
more.
Okay, but if in order to sell that land for millions, then you would have to restore the land back to the high, rich humus microorganism soil that it is. That's the only way to prove that someone's getting a more value into the land, because it's not. I've been on farms. The soil is like shit. It takes an immense amount of effort.
You're talking about a personal reason for what you're gauging the value
not
to be.
Personal. I'm talking real.
If that same family was to find oil or that natural gas was discovered since
we're not talking about natural gas. We're talking about we're just talking about the raw land. The raw land is always going to be better in the past because it was untouched and it had to been cleared, and then it was pure raw humus. Land doesn't look like that today. If you look at the same land 3 generations later, it has been churned and turned and churned.
Humus, right?
Yeah, humus. I apologize. Humus. Yeah. And now the land's been turned. There's weed problems. There's insect problems. There's even disease problems now. The microorganisms are nowhere close to the same quality as when it was.
But we're talking about something different. We're talking about the actual
actual value.
I see what you're talking about, but we're talking about the sale of a piece of property. There's more that goes into that than how nice was this when our great grandpa owned this land. This is the value of land has many factors in
Well,
it.
obviously, if you build a little house somewhere on the corner of let's say 20 acres of farmland, then you have to include that into the price. Plus a little bit of a markup, because obviously there has to be a difference in profit, so that if you sell the land, you're actually making a profit. But you shouldn't be permitted to just be like, well, you know what? I'm going to just exploit the location, and create this illusionary factors of marketing and advertising. And I'm going to say it's now worth $3 billion because we're going to create the impression that one day you can build communities here or malls. And because that's how I perceive my land. And so now what you're doing is you're creating a false image, a false perception of what I call a superficial value of the land. And now people are being tricked.
Though they've proved you wrong. If somebody buys it for $3 billion and they proved it's worth that much,
but it never has been proven.
They can market it as $3 billion, but is it going to sell? If it doesn't sell, then they're wrong.
Not billion. I'm talking in the millions because most land now farmland's in the millions. Yeah, but no, I'm saying is that humans use their imaginations to market the value of something superficially. They no longer actually focus on the real raw data points of what they're looking at with their bare hands, with their eyes, with their ears, with their tongue. They are now creating an imaginative world, and then they're convincing the population that if you want my land, then this is how you need to perceive it, because it is worth $3 million. But I bought it for $15,000 3 generations ago from my great-great-grandfather. See, that's not very fair. So, the fact that this is permitted in our government, it should not be. Our real government should stop this kind of exploitation, because this is just getting out of control. Because
I don't think that the government should be involved in the.
Because most land is not affordable to most poor people anymore. It's very difficult for a poor person to find like a decent amount of acreage and to be able to buy it.
I don't think most people want it. They're in the city.
They do.
No, they don't. No, they don't. They've gone to the city. They left the prairies. They have gone to the cities.
They want to go back.
It wasn't that long ago that it was. No, they say they want to go back, but do they really? Do they really want to work? Do they really? No, they love their little commutes and their conveniences of getting food hot and ready.
No, they don't
want to work for all that stuff.
They're saying all my money is going to bills.
They could do all that now.
I'm in the negative sometimes, certain months out of the year. Oh shit! My car just broke down. I got to fix a $1,500 part. So now I'm really behind. So now I have to get a credit card. The whole thing is a trap system. And then finally, one day after 10 years go by and they've had enough of their suffrage, they finally realize, you know what? The city's not so great anymore. I need to control the land. I need to control the assets. But the thing is, it's not that easy anymore.
They made their bed, and now they chose it. That's the lifestyle.
They didn't choose it. They didn't choose it because the generations are already being brought up in poverty, and people are don't even understand what sovereignty and their human rights are, and that at one time humans used to live off the land. Most people still to this day don't understand this. And so once you get enough generations into poverty, they don't even think about what's out there in the real world, because you keep them to not think what's out there in the real world. And then eventually it becomes this debt trap and poverty trap. And then our cities just get worse and worse and worse from decade to decade.
People want that. They want that debt trap. They want that. They want the trap they're in. They love it.
The millionaires and billionaires are evil. They're brutally evil.
I don't think so. I do think that there are evil people and people who do evil things.
Who else has the power?
Amount of money, you're gauging that based on the amount of money they have, and I think that's a
because
ridiculous position. Some people earn that money, and they do so because they've done a good for the world, and many of them are actually contributing to the well-being of many other people by simply providing those goods that they do provide to the world.
Not if you're gouging those products. No, if you're gouging, and the people are literally going to their landlords and saying, "I'm on a fixed income," and most people in our building make around $15 an hour, but you're gouging, $1,200 a month. You're taking over 55% of my income. That's not very fair. That's not very just. You're using my need for housing, but that is what happens.
No, it's not. What happens is
housing needs.
Some government passes some kind of rule that says that this has to happen, which causes taxes to go up and all these other things that go on, including increased value.
I know. Yes, you're right.
There's lots of reasons that happens.
But the landlords the landlords should go after their politicians and the state representatives, not the people that are that are already poor, that are just trying to maintain housing. They should go after the people above them, not below them. If people would attack above each other, then we could correct the system. But if they're taught to point the finger at the person that's getting the poorer person, then of course it's just gonna keep getting worse. So the landlords should be going to the city council saying, we can't do this because you're going to make it harder for my tenants. And then they're just going to get pissed off. And then it ends up, then I have 20% of my tenants who then just destroyed my property out of anger. And then they move out and they know they're not going to get their security deposit because we got too many squabbles and this and that. And it just leads to chaos because that's what's happening every day.
Unless you run into like a position like Detroit, where it's like all the employers leave. What ends up happening is you end up in some place like San Francisco, where, like I was saying, concerning the price of gasoline. So what if gasoline there is $8 a gallon or 10, or the houses that here in Ohio are $100,000 or $1 million there, they make much more there. Price for price is probably not too different, other than the social.
No. When they say they make more, they're talking about a small slither of the population in that state. But the majority of people are not making those higher salaries. They're not. They're just talking about the 20 percentile at the top. Not everybody else.
20% are the ones that are working and paying those prices for the luxury of living in Silicon Valley or whatever.
Our society is not based on the 20%. Our society is based on that if you want to pay 80% of your population crappy wages, you still have to provide them adequate housing that's affordable, food, clean water, shelter. You can't just be like, we're just going to just keep squeezing them, ignoring them, and just giving more to the top 20th percentile. You can't do that because it's going to lead to chaos, and it is leading to chaos. People are burning down cities, attacking, breaking windows, stealing things from windows. People end up on drugs. People end up giving up. People end up homeless. It just leads to so many problems because we are not recognizing that we have to look at the whole population in every state and not just fixating on talking language as if we're talking about everyone, but it's really only the top percentage. That's not just, because that leads to too many problems.
Yeah, I just feel like you're connecting dots that are really not connected
at
all. Yes, there are dots, but they're not connected the way that you're lining them up as well, the way that I see it. There are problems. There certainly are problems that need to be fixed. They can be fixed in different ways. I think you've made boogeymen out of people that are
not boogeyman. I just know what the corruption is. It's always at the top. It's
not always at the top. It's
always
also at the
thousands
bottom.
of years.
It's probably easier to corrupt the little guy. I bet it's way easier.
No.
At least the guy at the top is gonna.
No. The corruption. When you corrupt the little guy at the bottom, it's not to corrupt them for wealth. The majority of them are being corrupted to poison themselves, to destroy their intellect.
Oh no, it's for wealth.
Destroy their willpower.
I bet I could.
No.
I bet I could.
You're talking about a few poor people throughout every city that are like some drug lords who have managed to get to the top of the food chain by killing people and stealing and drugs and all that. I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about the average, everyday Joe Schmo who just wants to be treated with reasonable dignity, go have a reasonable job, be paid a reasonable livable wage, and be left alone so they can slowly self-actualize, save up their pennies, and then eventually build their own little empire so that they can have a future generation for the next generation.
Okay, so you're not talking about the same people you were talking about before. Who you were talking about before?
I'm talking the majority.
The people at the bottom. Right.
Yeah, but the majority,
all of your
majority at the bottom, but
the poorest of the poor,
yes,
right? The people who needed free housing, all this stuff for their free Air Jordans. They're the lowest of the low.
No, not just them. I'm talking about everyone, even stuck in apartments where most of their income goes to everything, to all their expenses, and there's nothing left over pretty much at the end of the month. And some it's even worse for some people. They can't even afford to do certain things. They have to cut out electricity, or they can't eat every day. Like it's far worse than that even. I'm talking about the whole slew of people, from homelessness all the way to people stuck in apartments, basically cannot self-actualize or find their own little space, their own little niche around the cities, even to buy their own land to get out of this debt trap or this endless expense trap. That's what I'm talking about. And I'm not talking about the drug lords, which make up the outlier.
I don't know a single individual who in America lives like you're describing it.
Most people live like this.
Here, the poorest
in every
people
city.
are obese. They have as much food as they need. They
No.
they get
Hold
free
on.
housing.
Low quality food. Wait, low quality food is not food. If you think that they can have as much food
Okay, they're
as you
not
want, that
hungry.
doesn't count.
I'm not
No, they
talking
are
about the
hungry. No, they
organic or the
are
quality
hungry.
of the
They are
manufacturing
hungry.
or
No, they
any
are
of that.
Wait. They are hungry because nutrition is the standard by which hunger should be measured. That is the standard by which hunger should be measured. And they are nutritionally deprived of proper, adequate food to self-actualize the brain and the body to be able
The
to.
food that they choose to eat.
That's
Your
marketing,
problem. Then
advertising.
go chew them out, right? Don't chew me out about this. They choose the Fritos. They could have chose the organic stuff.
Wait. I'm not chewing you out. I'm just having a conversation.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Okay.
You're cool.
Okay.
I'm being a little bit hyperbolic as well.
It's
But
okay. It's okay.
you know, but what I'm saying
I
though
just
is,
care
you
about
know,
my
the
America. I just
problem
care
is,
about my
I know
people.
you
That's
do, and I feel the same way concerning that. It ticks me off. I watch even my brother-in-law.
yeah.
He's not working, and he can
It
come.
hurts.
He's the
It hurts.
opposite. He wants to be disabled. My brother-in-law wants to be disabled because he
But the thing
wants
is,
benefit from the government.
but what
He
led him
will
to the
he would be
psychology of wanting to
happy
be
if they
disabled?
he just doesn't want to work. He wants to sit around and smoke pot. That's what he
No,
wants to do.
come on. Something has
No, that is
completely.
what it is. That is
Yeah, but
he
I
loves
know. But
pot.
have you ever
He wants
asked him?
to
Have you
smoke
ever
pot.
asked him? Has anything in your personal life led you to this point where you've had a complete mental breakdown, where you finally have just given up? Can you explain to me what exactly you're experiencing? Because
Well,
nobody asked this question.
I do know. I know my brother-in-law. I know these things. I'm not revealing everything, you know, but
Okay.
you
Because
know,
there's always a reason for why people completely do a 180 and just give up on the system. There's always something.
yeah, you're right in that situation. And I'll tell you because I haven't revealed who he is.
Oh
He's
yeah.
my brother-in-law, right? He grew up in a Jehovah's Witness family. They actually
Oh,
told
that.
their families, "Don't even send your kids to school." Right? The
Oh, that.
Lord's coming tomorrow. You know, there's no reason for you to get married or any of this. This was, you know, their family grew up that way, and they were hoarders. They lived in squalor. They, you know, so their house was not their. They were used to that. He's lived in multiple generations
That's
of
psychological trauma. That's a form of psychological trauma that already can destroy someone.
right. Well, anyway, the thing is he's adult now. You know, it used to bother me. It used to bother me that my sister would, you know, even consider him as a mate. You know, but I love the man, and it doesn't matter on how much money he can bring into the family or whatever. He's brought me my nieces, my nephews, and I love him still. You know, even though he can't even read. They didn't send him to school. They didn't send him.
This poor guy.
They didn't send him to school, and. But the thing is he can read, just not very well. He's learned it on his own, you know, and he probably reads at a elementary level anyway. But he
probably recognized he's so far behind the world that he's living in. He's just given up. He's just like, there's just no way I'm going to catch him.
No, because there are things he can do. That's the thing is, you don't have to be a brilliant man to do plumbing. You don't have to be a brilliant man to do a lot of things. The world will reward you for knowing, and he knows things. He's not stupid. He just doesn't know how to. You know, he's not an intellectualist, but he's not stupid. He really isn't. He's not the greatest at reading or whatever, but I wouldn't call him stupid.
Okay.
You know, but he likes to smoke pot. That's all he cares about. He gets excited. He's willing to work if he could go to Michigan or some other state where pot is legal and he could sell pot. You know, suddenly he's excited to work there. You know, because that's all he cares about is weed. That's what he wants to do.
Because he's probably the kind of person that realizes that if I could get the thing that makes me happy while working to sell this item that actually can make me a middle class lifestyle very quickly, then it's worth even being out there till dusk on this shit because that's all he's.
Get that. No, he doesn't get that. He would rather get crumbs as long as he can still have his pot, he can have crumbs,
Mm.
and his kids get
Well,
crumbs too.
that's the opposite. So something's broken. Something's terribly
but
broken in his psychology.
yeah, he just wants to stay home is what he wants. He would rather do nothing. He wants what I have. That's what it is he wants to he wants what I have and what you have. Well, what you have is his labor. You're willing to work to put food in his pocket. He's not. He's got food and his kids have food because you work and because I work, right? He won't go work, but his kids eat. They might not eat the greatest food. He drinks Nas. You know what my thing about him is I give him shit all the time about it. I'm like, oh, Pepsi's still in business because you're not dead. Because he doesn't drink water. He won't drink anything but Mountain Dew. So that's my running joke. I know Pepsi's doing all right.
That's like
right. He seriously will not drink anything but soda and energy drinks, and he goes to the local Speedway gas station and he spends food stamps on that shit.
Oh my God.
That's what I'm working for. That's what you're working for.
It's hilarious.
And that's the thing is though you're talking about what does he deserve? Does he deserve more? Do you mean I have to give more? Right, I haven't given enough, is what you're saying.
Not you personally.
No, you do mean me personally.
No, I don't. I mean the state as a collective recognizing
that
the some way
is its people, right?
Some way to restore.
There isn't more of us. There isn't more of us unless we each work.
Right, but our state doesn't actually take the money and try to come up with a structure where, because the way the way poverty and homelessness and all this should happen is that you should have a designated person that really knows their shit about poverty. And then you go meet that person. Your brother would go meet them, sit in front of them. They would diagnose every aspect of their life, their psychology, how they respond to things, their emotional status, everything. And then they have to figure out a way to find a motivating factor that said money will be utilized for something that he actually would potentially have a passion for or be willing to do to lift himself up and believe that the system cares about him. And then when he starts seeing that people actually care about him, then it will multiply. But I think that what's happening is that people don't feel that people really care about each other anymore. And so it doesn't matter how much money or how little money you throw at them. What they really want is the connection, that someone believes in them, that somebody values what they have passions for. And then take said money from the state, throw it into that. He actually goes and shows up every day. He does have to have some discipline, like don't be late, the usual stuff. And then once he starts to recognize that, things will improve.
I think what you'll find, and I had to learn through many things, and it could be through a partner, it could be through employment. It says you can't expect everybody to be like you. If you do, you're going to be disappointed nearly every time.
Well,
the truth is that he doesn't want to work. He knows there's a system that will feed him, feed his children. If he has more children, he'll actually get more. He knows the system, and it's enough. He's got the internet. That's the darn thing about these devices. Is it'll pacify him. He's okay as long as he can smoke pot and play on his phone. Maybe get on the computer every once in a while and watch a movie. He's perfectly fine, and there's a lot of them out there just like that.
But what is his what are his belief systems? Does he actually have a foundation? Does he believe in something greater than himself, or does he just think life is just a shithole? It's a nihilist state of whatever. And I'm just going to try to get through it, and that's it. Because that really matters. Whatever his belief system is, that could really alter how somebody behaves.
Well,
do you know?
Yeah, but you're still talking about to presume that these things would only offend them. It's like for me to say, well, okay, he doesn't have a moralistic standing or principle. He doesn't have principles or a foundation or blah blah blah. He might, even though the things that I've said are true. And somebody could reasonably come to the consensus that something's wrong. He'd be pissed if you dare went to his face and say, what you need is you need some principles and foundations and all these things. You might get your not just get chewed out, you might get your head hit.
No, but the thing is, if he is someone who has looked around himself and he says, "Well, the world is so broken, it's so inequitable, it's so much depravity. Every time I try something, people always shut me down," and he finally gets to a state of nihilism or something like that, or some kind of concept similar to it, then it makes perfect sense that he would want only the bare minimum, because what he's basically saying is, well, this is it. This is all that life is. This is all reality is. So I'm just trying to minimize pain and say, fuck you to the
a
world.
degree, I can actually. No, I don't respect him getting, all of it for free. But what I mean is I can respect a minimalist
hmm
mindset. For somebody to look at the world as full and overflowing is beautiful, because I think it is too. But I earn what I have. I don't want anybody taking what I have. If I was to give what I have, it's because I gave it willingly. So that's I'm a generous individual. I do it in different ways. And so I can appreciate him not really wanting for more in a way, but his approach is what I have a problem with, especially concerning that he's got several children that are related to me, that are my nieces and nephews. They're observing all of this growing up, and it's like when I go to their house, they act like I'm the head of the household. Seriously, even he does. It's funny. It's kind of crazy. Like, they're like, "Oh, your uncle's coming over. You guys better shape up." It's like, and they all do. I get there and they're like, "Oh, look what I did, Uncle! Look what I did!"
On his chair, he's coming.
Right.
Couch is ready.
Yeah, it's. But I also, I guess I've just been blessed with a way of kind of strong-handed, but I also I'm why, and I don't want to sound not like not like I'm not trying to not be humble at the same time.
You're
It's
fine.
like,
You just be you, and
I'm just I'm trying to go about it in a way that is,
does it have
might
something
be
to do with me?
wise.
Are you trying to make a judgment of me?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay.
No. I mean, even in a way with you, I guess now that you bring it up, it's like I'm talking to you in a way that I hope that, maybe you'll hear me, not that I'm just trying to talk at you, but you'll listen, maybe there's something that I have to say that will be of value to you. And while I may be strict, and I'm strict on what I believe, I've definitely drawn lines in the sand, and I won't cross certain lines. It doesn't mean I'm not compassionate about the lines that other people have drawn, and don't want to discuss them. I do it in a loving way, and that's what I mean with them.
Well, you're not gonna offend me. I'm 38 years old. Go for it.
Oh, well, there's nothing specific I have to say to
okay.
you. No, I was
I feel this.
no,
I
I
feel
was
this.
seriously talking about him.
I know. I just feel like there's something building up, and it's like you're trying to find the right words, but you don't want to purge it, get it out of your system.
No. I just don't. I don't want to sound like I'm preaching and like I'm.
Oh no, you can't. No, I don't.
like
I don't believe in all that. I don't believe in all that.
Yeah, like I'm not, because I'm talking about my brother.
Yeah, and I care about your brother too. I think it's important that families care about each other. No matter how bad things get, I think it's always important to just keep looking for a new perspective so that things eventually smoothen out.
Right.
That's me, at least.
Yeah, I think he's just happens to be a good example in the things that we're talking about. Is he? You're talking about 50 grand. I'd be pissed if all of a sudden he got double what he gets now. He doesn't. He is a perfect example of there. You can't just lump everybody in the same basket. And certainly, if they're people who are he has to earn something, right? He can't just get everything given to him, and the only way that he's got what he's got now is because there are people who are
Who's
willing
giving
to
him
work.
50 grand? Who's giving it to him?
No, he's not gotten 50 grand, but he's definitely getting something,
But
right?
from who? The
He's
state
got
or
enough. The state, his wife, my sister does work as well, but they are under the poverty line and all that, so they are also getting subsidized for him to not work.
So this is all going to come out to 50 grand with subsidies.
No, you earlier said that it should be something along the lines of 50 grand. That's why I'm saying if he got that much, if he got even more than what he gets now, I would be upset because he doesn't deserve what he's gotten now. He wants to be a pothead that refuses to work.
So what is the difference between you and me? Why do I feel that I have, because from my perspective, you might see this as arrogance, but from my perspective, I sense a higher order of empathy and a dignified level of standards. And then you probably perceive it very differently. The question is, why do I perceive it as this foundation is too low, and you think it's actually just right, or it could even be lower? I'm just curious why are we so different in that aspect?
To be honest, I don't know. I wish I knew why you would think that it would appear to me that you think the glass is damn near empty, or even he can look at it as full and maybe even overflowing.
Well, I see it as the collective approach, which is I see all the problems our society has in our country. And I see just how much is just being pushed onto our people, onto the American people, especially the natives, who are now having to fight amongst, an overflow of immigrants that are basically causing a whole slew of their own problems. But I just feel like Americans have so many obstacles that they're being bombarded by. That's my way of feeling empathy. That I feel like we need to alleviate some of the pressure to figure out.
Like, to answer your question, sorry to interrupt. One is like, I told you to be careful with like trying to tell people like they don't have principle standards or whatever. Of course I have empathy.
Right? Yeah, of course. But I didn't want to use the words for you. I just wanted to give you my perspective.
So my approach to my empathetic, standard is just different than yours. Of course, we both have empathy. I'm more along the lines of you teach a man to fish kind of thing. Versus you giving them fish, which it sounds as though you want to keep feeding the man fish, and I want to teach him to fish.
Or do both. You feed the man some fish, you build them up their confidence, reestablish that people care about them, and then once they're in a rational state, then start to slowly hand them over the tool. Kind of a weaning system, like a slow and methodical system.
Yeah, I just think it's a little improper to believe that they're all just
that's interesting.
Poor, sad, giving up on life, and they really just the man has got their foot on their neck kind of thing. I think a lot of them know where they are, and they like it. I think they like it. They like to stay where they are.
Okay, so I'll agree with you.
Get out of their position. Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm thinking like I'm more the kind of person where like you gotta give me some fish to start off with, so that I have the brain power to learn how to fish while you teach me how to fish.
Yes, that's me.
Teach me how to fish. Give me fish while teaching me how to fish until I'm able to fish.
Exactly. You have to kind of mix everything together. Yeah, you have to.
Well, while you're saying that, though, the thing is they're getting fish right now. They've already got fish. If they want more, they've got to go fish themselves. Is what I'm saying. So don't act like I'm now like saying just stop everything, don't take the fish away. They're getting fish. They've got plenty of fish, actually. So much so that they think they don't need to go fish on their own.
Okay.
Right. And I want them to just go fish. Not only, it's like, okay, so here's my example. I was talking about
Show
my
him how to
brother-in-law,
fish.
right?
Show him how to fish.
He wants to be disabled. I'm not kidding.
I know, but what if you took him? Do you think you have the power or the means to be able to show him that it's possible to find something that he could work on, like he could do work that he
No,
could
he doesn't.
enjoy?
I've tried. I've asked him. I was like, well, what do you think about, what if you just were to go, well, he just makes up these unbelievable scenarios.
No,
Like
don't tell him.
he'll say,
Just say,
he'll say the doctor says that I got to lay around every 15 minutes. I need a break, and basically he sounds like he's making himself to be a cripple, and meanwhile I know that he's doing all this stuff at home, and none of this is true. It's all make believe.
so he has he has doctor
doctor-
notes that say this.
Yeah, the doctors, because
That's cool.
well,
Wow,
the
those are some nice doctors.
yeah, doctors don't know what's going on inside your body, with the exception of certain tests, right? They can see whether you got broken bones. They can't tell you, that little chart on how much pain do you have, level 1 to 10. Whatever you put on there is how much pain you're in.
Yeah.
They don't know any other difference. If you say it hurts, it hurts. They can only go based on what you say. So when he goes in there and says, I've got a little pain, then he says, how much does it hurt? And he's going, how do I get out of working today? And he says just the right things. And of course he brings out his cane whenever he goes to the doctor's office. But as soon as he's back in the car, it doesn't come out till the next time he goes. He's playing the system, and he wants more. But he doesn't want to work for it. What he wants is for them to say, okay, you're disabled. You'll never have to work again. So the government will send you $800-900 a month, which is chump change. And that's what I wish I could get in his mind is like, you're all excited about, $800 or $900 so you can sit around and smoke pot. But yet if you just had an ordinary job, you'd be making.
Well, in today's world, you need to be making at least $2,500 a month just to keep up with anything.
Yeah.
It's the minimum, at least in my city.
Yeah, you want. It sounds like you have a lot that you want. You could live without as well. You could.
Well, actually am not
You could
materialistic.
be on Section 8 or whatever they call it in your state and get free housing.
Oh no, I have no interest in it. I don't like any of that stuff.
Yeah, but you could. So I know. That's a desire that I wish that my brother.
However, our housing, our Section 8 housing, is so backed up. It can go as you might not hear anything from them for a decade. It could be that bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we don't have any more housing left. Like I have literally driven every part of Columbus to look for apartments, and we're at the point to where there's literally nothing. Yeah, there's nothing at this point below $700. Nothing. Good luck.
700 is cheap in the States, though.
Right, but I'm talking that only makes up like maybe 20% of
Columbus,
the city.
Cincinnati, and Dayton were all on the top.
Right, but what I'm saying is
affordable cities in the world.
750. That makes up maybe 20% of everything in Columbus. Then the majority is in the 850 to 1200. And then there's another 20 percentile, which is just absurd and nobody can even touch it. But
I wish that's some incentive for you though, to not just take Section 8, if you wanted.
Nobody even wants it. Our Section 8 in our city is so depraved. It's like infestation of rats and just smell of death and just violence, and I've seen it all. I've driven around to see what it's like. It's so depraved. I can see the complete psychological breakdown of people if they even try to live like this, and the fact that the state would even consider it an option.
Yeah, but the state is just they're subsidizing the money. They don't build the buildings or anything of that sort. They're leaving it up to
they're actually
individuals.
causing more problems because you're actually putting people in an unsafe, unpredictable, dangerous, psychologically broken situations that is going to end up the worst situation with these people, and then it's going to cost even more to maintain the system. So they're actually promoting a more rapid fire of decay.
Yeah, but you don't want the city of Columbus coming to your mom and dad and saying, "Hey, you got to put your house up with Section 8." Even if it's worth more money, what if your mom and dad don't want that in their neighborhood? Or me either,
The city has to start buying land outside of the city in huge swaths, and they have got to find someone where they can build another smaller town city. There's no other option at this point, and it has to be given to people of lower income because the majority of people are lower income in my city. So. Because otherwise you're going to have people cramming into their housing more and more and more. It's already really bad. Like people are really crammed in some places. So, and that in itself leads to a whole lot of problems. Unless it's a immigrant family that is very tight knit, they might be fine. But if it's a bunch of strangers living together, good luck. That's a 50% chance of problems. So it just depends.
Yeah.
But I just never imagined our cities would be like this. I always imagined cities were supposed to rise all boats and improve everything over time and create a new standard and then a new higher standard and a new higher standard every decade. But we're not. We're going the other way. We're going backwards now in America.
I don't know if that's really necessarily the city's fault as much as it is like I mean, there's like this city, what are they called? Bonds and stuff. It's the financial system that has created these. The cities are spending and it's causing, they're selling bonds that they'll never be able to repay. They'll go bankrupt just like Detroit did. And, I mean, gosh, Cleveland and Akron and all these cities too.
And that's another reason I tell people, if you want to live in the city for as long as possible, then you better still buy some land out in the country and build a little house because in case something goes wrong, you can quickly just pick up and go. If it turns into Detroit, because then at least you will have escaped the crime, the poverty, and the chaos. Because if that day comes, it'll happen very rapidly. Detroit, how quickly did this happen to Detroit? It was pretty rapid. So.
The policies took quite a while to get there, though. There was definitely.
Yeah, but the pensions were just gone. 401k gone. The huge corporations just left like Whirlpool, gone. And then
They should have.
Why? They should have invested in training the people that were already there to try to come up with a solution to
spend more money. That's what you,
sometimes a company has to spend a little bit of their wealth.
Why? There's other people willing to work without all those rules, without all that. I mean, look,
because you're creating an entire population of problems that then the government's going to have to deal with. So the corporations are not being held accountable. They're saying "fuck you" too to the government, and they're saying we can do whatever we want, and they should be punished for that. It's not the government.
But you can't. The thing is like, when you're talking about these cities and them having to buy housing and stuff like that, like, so I live in Dayton, and they did get into a little bit of property buying, but they have to sell it. That's the thing. Yes. They actually did a decent job here. They downtown Dayton's actually kind of nice now. But what they did is they bought it and then they like gutted it basically. And then they sold it for cheap to somebody, probably for, some benefit of not high taxes, property taxes for a certain amount of years. I don't know for sure what the deal was, but there's development going on downtown for the first time in decades, but the city's not supposed to be making a profit. They're not a business. They're not supposed to be making money off of individuals living in housing, because that's what would happen is they would be basing their rent off of the local market.
Right,
They
but I'm
would.
saying is that all corporations, there should be a residual income coming from all corporations that are in a city so that the city can constantly have a flow of money to solve problems. That is the primary objective of a city, is that if something gets backed up, they can go and just like fix it and put it to a stop. Otherwise, what is the point of a city if you're not just solving problems? But in order to get that money, you have to hold powerful corporations that are just way ahead of the curve in terms of profits from 90% of the population in every city. Because if you don't hold them accountable, then they will give you no money. And if they do give you money, but through bribery and other illegal means to get more power to control the city, well, then we're screwed because there's no turning back from that. Because they will then exploit the people anyway if it gets to that point.
I think if it's minimalist, though, it'll happen on its own. All the things that you wish and desire for, right? It's the cities promising huge pensions for the bus drivers and their RTAs and their, everybody's gets, life. It's mostly pensions. That's probably what the biggest problem is all these promises that the cities are making to their staff and certain, swaths of unions and stuff that are going on throughout the city. They're just making promises they can't afford, and then they have to before they go bankrupt. They have to start raising taxes. They have to start implementing measures that'll cost these businesses money. That ends up costing rent to go up, and all these costs have to be paid for. So. And the city they're the ones in the monopoly. It's not the businesses. The businesses are kind of beholden to the city until the city puts them in a position to where it's just more affordable for them to go to another city. I'm sure that GM and Cadillac and all of them would have been happy to stay in Detroit if the economic conditions had remained such that they would continue to make a profit where they were already located. They didn't want to move all their equipment and their building and their staff out of there. They didn't. It was Detroit put them in that position to where it was just it made more sense for them to do so.
See, this is what I don't understand is that if you have all these leaders in all these cities, wouldn't it be wiser for all the major leaders in all the cities to work together across the nation and have meetings and calculate all their expenditures and their ideas and say, how can we build a model that we can have a checks and balance system amongst all the cities and equally distribute the energy so that we can self-actualize and lift all boats at the same time. But you see, I don't understand why
it wouldn't work. It wouldn't work. It's really big, right? Even if it was just the state of Ohio, we're both familiar with that. Dayton and Columbus are in competition with one another.
Well, Columbus is way ahead.
It doesn't matter. Dayton is trying to compete.
Yes, they are.
It may be ahead, but
you guys are losing your population. We're absorbing a huge chunk of your population into Columbus now in the last 4 or 5 years.
That's fine. The city will still pull out measures to try to compete, though. Whether it be lower taxes to these corporations, if they can, it could be even down to the cities trying to get the Super Bowl or whatever. They're all competing against one another.
But you do realize that
trying to.
You need to look up like most of Ohio is literally coming toward Columbus, like most of it. Like we're absorbing all the population.
Yeah,
I don't know if you knew.
Yeah, I know Columbus is growing.
It's bad because it happens at such a rapid rate in the last 8 years that we have no housing now. We're so backed up. Fixing things like fixer-uppers is just very expensive. We have because obviously you can't fight inflationary powers or problems when it comes to building costs and materials. We're really we came to a grinding halt at this point because there's just we don't have we have too many people and not enough of the right kind of high quality jobs and housing. It's just a lot of problems now because it just happened too quickly.
Yeah,
but. I went to Dayton.
My point, though,
Dayton
right?
Dayton looked like almost like a mild version of Gotham City from Batman. That's what it felt like to me.
Yeah. It's home.
You're
I
welcome.
love my town. I think it's all right. I think it's a pretty decent town. It's comfortable. It's affordable. It's just the right size for me to get to everything I need.
I mean, I went down there. I drove around looking for land to see if there was any off-grid land around the edges. Couldn't find anything affordable.
Even here.
Yeah, I've explored.
When was that though?
Before the pandemic.
Before the pandemic. Oh, so yeah, it was pretty high the whole time.
Yeah.
I was lucky. I bought my property in right after the housing market collapsed, and I had cash, so I went and bought a house for cash. I haven't paid a penny since.
Yeah. Oh,
I
good.
got it for
That's
dirt cheap.
and your taxes are what percentage is your taxes?
I don't even know what percentage.
Like 2%, 3%, 20%.
That's a long story, man. You were talking about I don't pay taxes.
Oh.
I don't believe that taxes are no, that's
That's interesting.
I'm in
I
a
thought only Americans above a certain age, like 50, 65, 70, before can stop paying taxes on their property. I thought that's how it worked in most states.
no,
Not
you'd
all.
have to look up the laws. That's the thing is like one thing you said earlier was concerning words.
Yes,
They've
manipulation.
enslaved people based on words, and
Yep.
one of them in Ohio, I have
Right. Yeah, I can
decodified in the Ohio statute says one is that taxable property is property used for the purpose of for business. Literally what it says. So
well, then you did a
I
good
will
job.
not say that I'm not anti-tax.
Yeah, but
I believe taxes are legitimate. I do. It's just like if I was to ask you, did you pay inheritance tax last year? And if you said no, then I would say, well, why not? Do you not believe in taxes? You would say, well, I didn't inherit anything. I'd be like, oh, well, fair enough. Okay, so it didn't apply is the answer, right? And
I don't.
that's my case is that I do believe
Inheritance.
in taxes is just doesn't apply to me.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. That's fair.
So yeah, Ohio Revised Code says that taxable property is defined as property used for the purpose of business. And then it breaks it down. What kind of business are you using it for? Are you using it for alcohol? Are you using it
Yeah,
for
I mean,
tobacco? Are
that's
you using it for agriculture? Are you using it?
Yeah, I have the same thing with the land I bought in Virginia. It's the same thing, but it's even better than that. There's very few things that I actually have to go get paperwork and start paying taxes on. So I just don't. I'll just never do those business transactions.
Well, the thing is you have to be willing to defend that position.
Oh no, it's already written in stone. Like it's already in the county code revision code. I read.
Yes, but if you sell the property, they could send a tax bill to the next person. They can even send it to you again later.
If I ever give it to a family member or I sell it, I will give them all that paperwork so they don't have to do all the research, so they can already have their rights.
And that's what I think has happened is everybody knew what I'm talking about. Everybody knew what you were talking about. Our ancestors knew this stuff.
Yep.
Right? The Ohio Revised Code also defines the United States says it's located in the District of Columbia, and that's absolutely correct. That's where the United States is. Ohio is just one of the many United States.
Yep.
Right? But the United States is the District of Columbia. Ohio knows that. And so too did our ancestors that are citizens that were citizens.
Yep.
Of
And
the
if you're
state,
and if you have land on unincorporated land, that makes things even easier.
Yep. So they've convinced people to fill out that they're U.S. citizens. They've convinced them to that their property is taxable. Meanwhile, the code all along has said, "Hey,
my taxes are only
in the District of Columbia.
I only pay 0.73% tax. That's it.
How much?
On anything that's done on the property. That's it.
Nice.
That's low.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not, and I'll never let. And my neighbors, we've already talked to my neighbors. They purposely made it unincorporated on that side of the highway because we purposely will never let anything get developed over there on our side because we know what happens when things start to overdevelop. It just causes more problems.
In Columbus, or is this in Virginia?
in Virginia. This is Virginia.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say
No,
you're
Columbus.
complaining
It's too
about
late.
not having enough housing, and now you guys
No,
are
no, 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 no,
promoting
no. In
development.
Columbus, it's too late. Things are so controlled. The mechanisms by which taxing everything is so controlled now. There's no way out of it. Good luck. So, just avoiding HOA properties is getting harder.
My God, there's no way.
I hate HOAs.
Never own HOA.
They're shit. It's communism. It's basically, nicely put, it's communism in disguise. That's what it is. It's
Why are
basically
you
what
sounding more and more agreeable to me?
well, I don't know, but it's like I mean because I believe in egalitarianism, which is we collectively as a community work together. But the way they do it is that it all gets filtered through just a few people deciding what's best for the entire community, and that's not how it works. If you want an equitable community under an HOA, everyone should have an equal vote for every little thing, for every little expense. Everything should be voted on, but they don't do that in most HOAs. It's the management that controls everything. And they try to find sneaky ways to engage in the voting system, but you never really understand what's happening in the long run. So it's a trash system.
Mm,
No, thank you.
agree with you there for sure.
Because you know how it is. All the old people are like, "Oh, everything's great right now," and then 7 years later,
Yeah.
"Oh, I'm pissed off that the officers they're just starting to do things I don't like, and I can't keep up with damn taxes."
Yep. Can't
Yep.
even put a potted plant out front
Literal. Oh yeah, they bitch about every little thing.
Yep.
That's insane. Can you imagine having land and you can't even put the word "I love Jesus" on your in front? That's insanity. We had that problem in my sister's neighborhood. Somebody wrote something nice about their faith, and they forced them to remove it off the yard.
Crazy.
So now the person hates everybody. The Christian doesn't like any of the atheists in the neighborhood because they've infringed on his rights.
Yeah.
So he's doing everything in his power to disengage from the community. So you see, this is the problem. You've got to leave people alone on their property. You're just creating more tension. Crazy over a sign.
Mm-hmm.
You know, look, if
Yeah,
someone has a sign that says "I love donkeys" or "I'm a Satanist," just leave the people alone. It's just a sign, people. It's just a piece of paper or fabric. That's it.
Yeah, it's crazy though that all those people agree to it though. They came together and they said, "Let's create something that'll rule over us." And they did.
It's
They all
silly.
did it, and they said yes.
I know, it's insane. My
I'm gonna
neighbors
go pour
used to see
coffee. I'll be right back, man. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, yeah. It's the opposite of what I bought. That's crazy. That's a good idea. I should get something to eat.
Well, I do appreciate you calling me out, actually. Yeah. You forced me out of my shell. I'd been lurking, watching.
Oh my gosh. Wow, everybody's so quiet today. I was expecting a full-blown discussion, a debate of the sorts, an explosion of energy, and no one's saying anything. But it is already 11 p.m., so. Is anybody there? What was that, Extremis?
No, nobody's here.
I cannot hear you.
Nobody's here.
Try again.
Hold on.
Yeah, your volume settings are really low. You need to adjust your volume settings and increase them. Because I maxed you out at 200, and I also have my extra volume control maxed out, and you are just not working. Never had to use ultra max volume settings for one person. All right, well, I'm going to head out for a little while. I'll come back later, guys. See ya. Let's see, where's my... there it is, okay.
Whoops. Can you hear me now? Is that better? It has to be better. Nope, I think you left. That has to be better.
Everybody left. Shoe liner, SCHUYLR. I made yourself some. Everybody use Livestream. Hello. Hello. Hey, hello there, Fundamental. How you doing, Fundamental?
Hey, what's up, man?
I just like waked up. I just waked up and just like, wow.
Just like wow.
This.
What's so surprising?
It's like wow, man. Like, I accidentally brought like I was looking for like a self-defense weapon. And it was on for like my bike ride, you know. For my electric bike ride, so I have electric bike, you know. It's going
Cool.
like 24 miles per hour, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I say, oh, I'm looking for. Wait, let me get some milk. Wait a minute, my phone's kind of dry. Good. Let's start at the beginning. I'm gonna drink some milk.
Good.
Start at the beginning of. Start at the beginning of. I'm looking for a self-defensive weapon. It was for my bike rides, you know. It's like it's for exercise, you know, and I buy like a $10 like hand taser, very powerful hand taser from Amazon, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And like yeah, I said there's a bundle, you know. There's a bundle, you know, and it was like a second like hand taser, and it was like a second hand taser, and like I don't know, I didn't read the description of it, you know. It's kind of like a yeah, and yes, I didn't look at the description of it, and I thought it was like a second hand taser, you know, but it was like there was a Maxter Pro at their website for some reason. Like, yeah, it was like very bad. You know, like when I first got it, you know, I said, oh shit, let me return this, you know. This Max thing, because like, it's like kind of like a criminal mask. It's like, oh shit, it's kind of like a ski.
Can't wear that.
I know. I was trying to get rid of it, trying to be private, you know. And yes, and I try private and well, and my parents caught me in the act, and like called the max, you know. It's blah 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 blah. Like, oh my god.
Are you gonna rob a bank?
No, I would never rob a bank. Never. Because I'm an instant American citizen of the United States. I would never do that. I would never do that.
You gonna rob a bank on your electric bicycle?
I would never do that. I would never do that. No, it was like, it was a, yeah. Man, my throat, Yeah, I would never rob a bank. Never. Okay, like I am in a very firefight major. Okay, like stop being firefighter. Okay, so like.
What if it was guaranteed you'd get away with it?
No, I would never do that. Nope.
Oh, they're insured. They'll be all right.
No, it would. I would never do that, dude. Like, really. No,
You ain't
I
doing
thought
it to me.
I thought it was like a snowboarding max, But I recently got, it was like some
Wait, you what?
max. It was not. It's not a ski max. It's like a snowboarding max. Like I really want to go snowboarding one day. Yeah, like at the mountains.
Yeah, I went snowboarding as a kid and I got frostbite on my face because I didn't have a mask.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
I'm looking for
you gotta wear a mask
and
or something.
my like both parents freaked out. They said, "Oh, yeah." I buy some items a little bit and like for myself, So for myself, for my mental health, so I think clothing colors like jacket and stuff like improves my mental health. So that's my
Cool.
like thing. Like I buy this like it's clothing, and I forgot what it is because I'm just I'm too tired. I'm in bed, so like yeah. So it was a complicated time, and yeah, it was kind of mess. So
It's all better now, right?
yes, yeah, I returned it. No, my parents returned it and said, "Hey, it's for snowboarding." I was like, "Oh, you could have killed somebody." He's like, "What? I never do that.
No. Nah.
I would never do that in a million years."
Well, unless they were attacking
Also,
you.
like, let's say blah 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 blah. I would send out. I want to go like snowboarding. That's all. And
Pretty
yeah,
funny, man.
it is stupid. It's fucking stupid. Yeah, but like, I would not keep the max. Yeah, like, I will only keep like the taser part of it for self protection purposes, and in the clothing. That's all. Yeah, because like clothing improves my mental health. That's like
How's that? Makes you
personal
feel
thing. I think clothing. It's like a
makes you
personal
feel
part thing.
stylish. It's like expressing yourself.
Yeah, it's like it's make me feel stylish and yeah. I randomly, so I just ran like random colors.
I'm not really into clothes. Like my clothes, I just kind of keep it functional. I don't worry about what kind of pictures or brands are on them. Just they're comfy and they're functional. That's all that matters to me when it comes to clothes.
Yeah. So like my thing right now, I want to buy Supreme like jacket. That's all Supreme like jacket from the clothing shop, New York City clothing shop. Yes.
Although I did pick up this cool Spider-Man shirt at the flea market, but it was like $5. And it was nice fabric. So yeah, that's like my favorite shirt now because I don't really buy anything with graphics on it or whatever. But I found a cheap Spider-Man shirt in my size. That's like my favorite shirt now. Yeah, I've always been a fan of Spider-Man.
Spider-Man, yeah, the Korean Spider-Man was a genius. I'm sorry, man. Like the Korean Spider-Man was was a genius. Okay, like
yeah, it's a great superhero.
It's a great superhero. Like,
who's your favorite superhero?
I think I don't really know. I think Spider-Man because like
yeah, it's pretty good.
Saves people. Saves people. You know. So
you know who has a really strong power?
I wish like,
Green Lantern, man.
Hulk.
The Green Lantern has a really strong power.
Oh, yeah. Green Lantern, man.
He can make anything out of his Green Lantern light. You know, that's such a flexible tool. He can make a chainsaw. He can make a giant hammer. He can make a bird cage. He can make a force field. He can shoot energy blasts. He's got it all going on. He can fly. Green Lantern, man. That's a good power right there.
I know that, man. I really know that because, like, you know,
he can make a motorcycle if he wants.
Yes, I know that. So, like, my person, yeah, the Spider-Man thing, like, saves people from tall buildings. The old Spider-Man movies was like the bomb.
Like Tobey Maguire.
Like Spider-Man 2.
Yeah, pretty good movies. The first three. I haven't really seen all of the Spider-Man movies, like Andrew Garfield and the other actors. You know, I grew up with the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movie.